I've been bout my papyrus since I've been in it. Put me in the debate, you know I'm gon' win it. If I scream black power, don't get timid. If I say black city, I'm talking about Kemet. If I say black city, I'm talking about Kemet. Primary research and we done pushed it to the limits. All you dudes finished. The king counting cattle up with brother Reggie. When I'm in Oakland smoking, bro, they love the Chevy. Back in the day, it was the spokes on the chariot. Long procession when the king got carried out to every spot. Woman looking nice as ISIS. I read ancient texts, so my advice is priceless. Nubian gold, your ice don't entice us. Beating me harder than counting grains in your spices. Your heart was beating, but your brain dead. You're lifeless. Yo, they ain't nothing like us, yo. Don't try to make me mad. Make me smile and say you love me, man. That's real right there. Come on. You should listen to your main man's advice. Do a YouTube and apologize like Dice. Or the back fade coming like the Antichrist. Egyptologists sent me reading and said that I'm nice. I got a speller with your name on it. I'm like Sargon. You the type of dude wake up and your car gone. Told, cause of the money you owe. Before you stream, you should clean up that humble abode. Like Akhenaten City for my woman in gold. I keep the pseudos running, people coming in droves. You catch me on a live stream with Pan-African James. When we building, call us by our African names. I'm for the children. And ain't nothing happen to change. We on that black hype, so we still packing them things for protection. Got connection. My complexion, pure black, that's the S. Make me smile. You love me? Show me some love. All right.
What up? Let's get it popping for a minute. You know what I mean? Back in the building. I ain't been having much time to stream, but I'm definitely trying to get it in when I can. That's what's up.
Black people, I love you, and I love you enough to tell you, you ain't ready to revolt shit. You don't feed yourself, you don't hunt your own animals and slaughter them, you don't prepare your own meat, you don't own your own land, you don't have a seed going in your window. So you think about revolutionarism, you think about fighting and dying in the street, you ain't shit.
Killer Mike said black people ain't ready to revolt. It's a disparaging marriage and he ready to elope. Maritime coastline, deep V hull boat. Crack a nose turned up, machete to your throat. The divine snatched the arm back, she fine, she in Zinga. Moroccan mercenary got a line on Moringa. Ask Chief X to swing it. Go fund me to rock a new car or build a school like I'm Dr. Umar. Nah, go fund some more guns, banana clips and cannabis and bury it. The jackal, Anubis. I'm cool, keep them heaters and I'm in tie in an abyss. He ain't rapping due to libations, he just channeling this.
Hands down, you ain't ready to oppose nothing. You are as a part of this system as any white person gentrified.
I'm on life, hovercraft propellers over swamp water. We make the thoughtful think they should have thought harder. Be aware of this. Don't blink, there's only one blunt between the careful and careless. It's hard to face it when you need a shrink or a therapist. Mental disorder ordered them to label you a terrorist. I breathe elements and I found the secret. We could all walk on water if it's ground beneath it. I carry my weapon and keep my trees and still be Hotep and ask to rig Nasheed. 6 in the morning, I greet my seed, then do everything I think I need.
I have to say this, because I know our spirit and our emotions get stirred. I'm not against nobody on the panel. I'm with everybody on the panel. I'm not diametrically opposed to anybody. I agree with everything my brother said about revolutionaryism. So let me ask you guys a few questions. We're in the South, we're in the heart of the South right now. Who fishes? Who knows how to fish? Hands down. Who knows how to hunt? Let's hands down, hands down.
That's slapping. Shout out to Sister Amina. That's a good one, huh?
Black people, are you ready to revolt? Black people, are you ready to revolt?
That's off that album, Fights Over Egypt. You ain't got that, you can cop that right on the Bandcamp. There's a lot of slappers on there. How y'all doing? What's up? Peace. What's going on? Man, there was so much I could have put in the title, but I was like, I really don't want to put that in the title. Yeah, you know how YouTube, I gotta stop. I don't like that, man. I don't like just like, oh, everybody talking about this. You got to talk about this in order to get some more views and blah, blah, blah. But the fact that I don't like that is anti trying to build a channel. But still, you know, I like rocking with y'all and the people who really don't even be tripping off current events or whatever. We just build. Just building. So that's what it is. If you in the Bay, we got that party tomorrow at Crybaby in Oakland. Little release party. Make sure y'all slide through. Well, yeah. So, I mean, man. First and foremost, still talking about flat Earth is a stupid ass distraction and is a waste of time. It seems like the people who want to do that ain't really looking for no fruit, or don't want to do nothing fruitful, or just want to talk about something crazy. Like that ain't even really a topic. Somebody planted that topic in the community and cats picked up on it because they don't be having enough stuff to talk about. So they be watching YouTubes and Flat Earth was on some YouTubes and cats down. Now we got cats acting like that's a read. So I won't spend time even like that's just a waste of all of our good lives, even just like pondering that. Even if it was flat, you got things to do. Like none of that changed nothing. So it's just nonsense. And then, so this is why you got to separate game. Because Lord Jamar asks KRS-One and Fat Joe to debate him about the origins of hip hop, how it started, who the founding members were, all that stuff. And you know, some cats is probably like debate, like what's that? Like not what's that, but like what format how does that take place under? And anything that could have been going in the direction of getting artists stepping on those type of stages, he just messed it all up with the way that he was acting. Like, I mean, he was acting like a kid. So really, we see it in the conscious community all the time when people ain't got no facts or no information and somebody just pop on their show trying to beat them up. That's the reason why I share the link to my show every day. So that if we talking about some facts and some information and somebody pop on trying to beat it up, we can handle it right on the show with sources, information, and material. You feel me? It ain't got to turn into no cuss out session. It don't turn to handing out hella pejoratives. And then talking about you would smack somebody. You didn't say you would smack Fat Joe? See, that's what I don't be liking. So all of a sudden you're going to smack Professor Dave for coming against Flat Earth, but you ain't going to smack Fat Joe for coming against hip hop. I'm not saying you should, of course not. Everybody know that probably wouldn't turn out well. Fat Joe probably laugh if he see this video. But I'm saying, though, I'm talking about the contradictions in the way that we deal with people. And then when we start talking about smacking people and shit, soon as you do that, your whole build come into the conversation. Your physical makeup. And people start thinking about the realities of stuff. It just be like, leave all that. Let's not even go there. Because that, just like Chosen Knowledge said, that's how you know the information was garbage. And that's how we know it in all, man. So Greeks figured this out a long time ago. And now, when we start to talk about debate has been around way before the Greeks. People don't want to hear me talk about the Greeks and stuff, but you got to trip off game. They started boxing cats up with debate in a way that they started analyzing the moves of debate. So first and foremost, let me just fill some people in on stuff that we might not know. The nature of debate is to beat down an alternative viewpoint, right? So if I open this up and we start to get into the etymology, which we like to do at oftentimes, you're going to see that it means to really beat the brakes off something, but a viewpoint in a particular way. Debate, a verb, late 14th century, to quarrel or dispute, also to combat, fight, or make war. But that sense is now archaic. Also, discuss, deliberate upon the pros and cons of. From the old French débattre, or whatever, 13th century modern French débattre, originally to fight, from D, which means down, okay? The D in debate means down, like down completely. And the battere, debate, comes from battre, which is to beat down. So we misunderstand that. Because now you thinking beat down, like act like a savage and just throw out hella pejoratives and just slander the person. But it's actually to end the viewpoint completely in discourse while deliberating over the pros and cons. Right? But I don't think we were the first to have such confusion, because when I typed in rules of debate Greek, I'm just going to look and see what these sources show. What we're going to get to again, Socratic method, or the Socratic method, right? Socrates' method, but not his method of debating. What we want to get to is talking about some of the faux pas or some of the things that you don't do. And so, since I didn't have that prepared, I'm just clicking around to see who could break these things down so I don't have to come off the shoulders. And I'll just take the word Greek out of it so you can see. And there's certain terms I want to just deal with real quick. Right? And so basically, the one that I'm most concerned with is ad hominem.
Ad hominem.
Ad hominem. This is how you know you cooking somebody. So think about this. We got a brain, right? Just like a computer, right? and say your computer ain't on the internet, for real. Because if you can't Google nothing, your brain, your computer ain't on the internet. You just got what's in the computer, right? Now think about when you just buy a computer and ain't no information in that computer yet. It still got hella gigs. It got as many gigs as the other computer. They both ain't on the internet, but the other computer, you've been researching and storing all of your documents or whatever you are, used to saving and storing in the other computer. They both ain't online, so you can't get nothing with it like that. You only could go off what's in your brain or what's in your computer. Now, obviously, it's so simple when I break it down like this. This is the same as particular subjects. Let's say computer A, the brand new one, you know for a fact that the task manager is in that computer and all of the things that come with the computer just for it to make it function, the operating system and everything is in there. So if you need to refer to how to run a computer, that one would be fine. But when you start to get into more, and these are still brains, these computers are still our brains. When you start to get into more detailed analysis of something and the information isn't in that computer or is it in someone else's brain, well, when you type it in the computer that it's not in, you're going to come up with blanks. If you try to search it, you're literally going to come up with blanks. You'll type the word in the computer, it's just going to say not found. You'll go to the computer that has the information in it, type it in, and it'll reference its source material that you put into that computer earlier in order to answer the question. It sounds like I'm explaining something so simple, but this is the same shit that happened with our brains when two people talking about a subject. But now, when the computer says, when the empty computer without the information says not found, humans go on another algorithmically challenging course after that. The human with the empty brain who trying to talk about a damn subject that he don't even got the information on always goes down a particular course that the Greeks figured out what that course was and they wrote that shit down about when you debating people. Now, I could take y'all back to Kemet. And if you want to see it, go look for yourself. You read Ptahhotep, the instructions of Ptahhotep, right? Where they tell you how to deal with men in debate. But some of the points that they brought out, well, I gotta give more knowledge to that ancient Egyptian understanding too, because they did, in a sense, speak on what we call here
ad hominem.
Ad hominem.
Ad hominem.
So this is the worst. It's a list of fallacies we could go over, but when you really know you got somebody is when they stop or don't address the subject matter and they start trying to slander the other debater. There's a name for that. And people who know debate know you losing when they see you doing that. Don't think just because you saying some macho shit or you saying something, you trying to schoolhouse win the debate, like high school win. Like you don't gotta be right. You just gonna show a character that seems more agreeable with the idiots will agree with your character more. So you gonna win the debate anyway. Man, that shit is all written down on paper. People know about all those tactics and they play out. And the one that will prevent any type of, we won't be able to promulgate this type of discourse. We won't be able to push it forward. We won't be able to get nothing out of it if we don't understand. You can't start calling people dumbass little kid names. Names I was just challenged to repeat because I don't say little kid shit like names that are slanderous and end with head. Like Bobo Head. Like what? You saying stuff, names that literally end in head? I thought that's like little kid vernacular. Like Dodo Head. Yo, you'll really hear that. You'll literally hear that type of verbiage online right now in so-called modern intellectual, or I don't know, that's not intellectual. It just was like YouTube debate. So I'm like, okay, that's hella boosty. That was the main thing I was getting from watching that whole Professor Dave, Lord Jamar discourse, dog. That shit was stupid. So yeah, you're supposed to beat something down. You're supposed to smash it out, but you gotta know how. It ain't like you on the street corner and you could just loud talk a person and call them names and then you won. Or at least you restored Joe. No, you didn't restore nothing to me. You tore apart a lot of things that people think about you by doing shit like that. And then talking about you would have smacked him. Come on, cut that out. That's violence. So that's worse than AdHom. And now you trying to give somebody a threat of physical violence that don't matter because y'all on the internet. Man, that's crazy. That is very crazy. So I was really not even tripping off that. I didn't want to put that in my title or nothing. But just looking at that, going down those routes, that ain't the way. So why they hopping on debunking everybody? Let's see something. They hopping on debunking every pseudo in the world. If you out here spewing some pseudo, they had a meeting at the end of 2024, and they was like, let's start getting on some of these quote-unquote urban pages that think they be talking about any kind of information and let's debunk them all. They probably got the play from Garfield and them. You feel me? But y'all got to understand, it's not like because this page is small, they can't do that. Or it's not like we not getting enough views to get debunked yet. They just can't fuck with that information. When we talk about Black Egypt. Have you noticed? Ain't nobody popping out ain't no Professor Dave's, nothing. Ain't no West Huffs, ain't nothing popping up over here. I'll share the link right now and put up all my presentations and see somebody try to debunk that shit. We gonna have a wonderful scholarly discourse. That shit don't happen. We gotta go find them motherfuckers and bring them over here and sit their ass down. Nah, we not on their list because we got facts. You feel me? We got facts. We got to go get them. We go get the top scholars and bring them and sit their ass down. I know. We go get them scholars and sit them down. You feel me? And be like, check this out. This is what we research and tell us about this. And they like, oh. So I ain't even tripping. And so I do separate game. Nothing about, I still feel the same way I felt about Lord Jamar on the hip hop You know, he's still a legend to me. He's still, that don't change. It's just because you separate game. When you come to talking, you could be cool. You need to let that flat earth shit go, bruh. I don't know who the fuck your homies is. They must not even really like your real day ones. Probably don't hit you no more. I'm just keeping it a buck. When the last time you heard from a day one? Because you on some other shit. But yeah, you still a legend to me and always will be. And that's big respect in that category. But that other shit, that's some bullshit. Cats be not having the right type of homies, man. Cats have had a homies that'll just let you get out there bossy. You feel me? Like cats, like you would look like you might look at your homie, you got a booger in your nose, and you about to say, I'm about to go holler at baby. And they don't say, hold on, homie, you got a fat one, bro. Go handle that. They just go let you just walk up on her with a fat one. But that's an analogy to how it be going down. You feel me? But yeah, then what else? It was something else I was seeing. I was like, oh, nah. Oh, no, Cameron, Jim Jones? That whole situation crazy. Let me see if I can see something on that.
As a name, an ancient Egyptian having a name, Ken. And it happened not infrequently that the ancient Egyptians would have either a name or a nickname.
See, there go one of their scholars they tried to debunk us with. Now, I'm just doing it for the thumbnail, but it ain't gonna stay up there. So, let's talk about it. I'm not from New York. And, you know, I know Cam is a cool dude and he got, like, I'm not talking about I don't know him. I'm saying my perception of his persona is he is big in the cool category. You know, like if we was in high school or some shit, he'd be trying to get best dressed, that type of shit. Feel me? Am I wrong? You know what I'm saying? But where I'm from, I don't know. Basketball dudes wasn't even close to even being too much a candidate for that. They was always focusing on hooping and shit. Like you know, it might have been one or two. You know what I'm saying? I'm just thinking back to high school. It'll always be like some dude who just, you know, fit all the clothes perfectly and shit. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, I'm saying, and so when I watched his response, I heard Doggy Diamonds talk about his response too. And I kind of was feeling a few of the things that Doggy Diamonds was talking about. But when it get greasy, and you know it's already this greasy, they already went here 10 years ago. And we can't really be looking at a family fighting and you don't really know family business. And when they saying things to each other, you just looking with your eyes open like, damn, oh shit, they putting everything out there, right? But the way, like Doggy Diamonds was saying when I was watching him, no matter what family it is or who it is, some of the things that you say to another man, to where if that was ever really your homie, now y'all just mad. Some of them things is irreparable. Some things you can't say, okay, we're going to be cool again. Yeah, y'all going to be cool again, but it'll never be how it was because of some of the way that you addressed it. Like, you know, he was going hard. Like, you know, you was a fan. We put you down. Okay, some of that probably could have some truth to it. And then it probably don't even bite. It probably don't even hurt that much if Jim Jones could think back to some times when those things may have been true. But if y'all was just rocking out and only one of them felt that way and you felt like y'all was all kicking it and everything was true, then that's more like hurtful. Like, I mean, it could not even be that way. I'm just saying, imagine if my crew fell apart and then you seen Dale on YouTube talking about Casual, what? You was a fan. Like, you know, you was big and we needed somebody who was big around. You know, but so I put you on. My response to that would be laughing, but you see what I'm saying? That would be a different type of hurtful when you thought that y'all was really family. So if y'all was really family, Cameron, then that was probably not the best way to clown him, because like I said, I know you was probably a candidate for, you know, being the cool dude at high school, so that was the way you defended your aura. It's just to cut him all the way down. But ultimately, I feel like you was better than that, and you in a better position than that, and you could have cut him down a little softer, probably. You probably could have. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like you was too concerned about us or the people watching so that you win, and less concerned about a real person in your life, Jim Jones. But I ain't got hella shit to say about that either. That's just simple to me. That's how I kind of feel. What up, Logic? Peace. Yeah, so I don't know. I didn't think, I don't know their history though, but I just look at the way they're addressing it. And it was crazy to me. That's all I got to say about that, really. I kind of think they still, no matter what's going on, at the end of the year, they're bringing money to what they formerly called Dipset, or the members of it. They both joking, everybody talking about them. They both, so bottom line, it's helping their brands, but I hope it's a play. I know it ain't a play, but I hope they really ain't on Fallout. Just as bad as it look. Because some of the emotions that we be thinking is hardcore, that ain't an emotion. That's a result of something. Hardcore ain't an emotion. It's something that made you start acting hardcore that possibly was an emotion. Probably got your feelings hurt. Half the times when you get cussed out by a nigga, you just hurt his feelings and you didn't peep game. Normally the response to getting your feelings hurt ain't to say, damn, you just hurt my feelings, cuz. The response is to say, what, nigga? Fuck you. And to try to disrespect them as much as you felt you just got disrespected. And then it'd be like, damn, cuz hella abrasive. But we don't be tripping that men be getting their feelings hurt and don't really have no way to tell you just hurt their feelings. So you hurt Jimmy's feelings with everything you said, and I don't think it's a way he could just say, damn, dog, you hurt my feelings. Now, if he came on Instagram and said that, so much kudos and brownie points, and you'll be over. Damn, dog, that hurt my feelings. I don't think I can fuck with you for a minute. But anyway, I don't think people ready for that. They look at it like a J, what's his name? J. Cole. Because I was about to say J Mill and all kind of shit. J. Cole apology. You know what I'm saying? They look at it like a J. Cole apology. But Cameron just got me motivated, so I'm about to go build some. I'm about to get something popping. This show about to change. This show going up. This presentation about to go to the real deal. Because I got a warehouse. I'll be sitting up like, bro, I just don't like going to Oakland so much. But I already built hella sets in my warehouse. Let me show y'all some shit. Let's have some fun. Because you see the set they got? I'm about to build some sets, bro. And I'm building like 3 or 4 sets in my warehouse. I might build like 6, and I know how to do them. I mean, I had a video production company, so I know how to build sets. So I want to go to just some of the raw shit on their set. I mean, you really could, I mean, you know, I ain't even breaking nothing down, but I'll fucks with it like this. I'm a businessman. So look, this is what it is. Centerpiece is tight. They got it suspended in a typical way around standard struts. I mean, you know, we ain't even got a trip. That's just a strut beam going up. You see them securing the set in the back, right? They got the standard stuff. Mic stands, and probably 3 cameras on each set. 3 professional cameras. I mean, it's not like I'm breaking they set down, but this is what it is. This don't take a lot of space or a lot of room. The light is easy to do. These light trims is easy to do. So we're going to step our game up really because it's 2025 and I got way too much I could be doing that I ain't. That I'm like, bruh, I'm about to light up the whole bay and expose y'all to a little bit of talent too. You know what I'm saying? And so, since my show, I didn't even put no title in the show. I'm glad I didn't put no title in the show so I could build how I be building. Building these sets ain't hard. I'm going to show y'all some videos I built some sets for. Let me see. Even though you're going to say, oh, them sets is boosie, I don't care. So none of this is in a sushi restaurant or nothing. Everything you see is me set building, right? So look, see that like this and with the background, I took a piece of a piece of Luan board, painted it yellow, hung some stuff on it in the background to give the appearance that I was at a sit on the floor Japanese restaurant. Now, you know, then we just did the same thing with another piece of Luan board, and I had it on some 2x4s standing up so it could be doing this thing. Even we just did all this in our warehouse just chilling. So, and we wasn't trying hard. I'm going to try a lot harder. Like we was just trying to hurry up and do something. Went to the store, bought some little Japanese fits, had our homegirls throw them on. Now when we're in this hookah bar, we're not in a hookah bar either. We're just in another section of the building this is a real studio room, me and DJ Fresh. Shout out to DJ Fresh, right? But if you look at the shots that we supposedly are in a hookah bar, like all these shots, all of this is the same room with just different color schemes, right? And so, you know, I heard somebody talk about how sloppy the painting was in the background. We literally did this with roller paintbrushes, yo. Like this hookah bar scene. We just hung up hella sheets, hung up hecka sheets and stuff to make it look like, but I don't know if the scene ever gonna be exhaustive where you can see it. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, I'm getting juiced about the set building. Where the sushi club at? Sushi restaurant. A lot of it'd be about angles and stuff for a video. And so I wasn't showing stuff for too long. Just long enough to give the impression that But here go another one that we built. My homegirl, excuse me. My homegirl who taught me how to set build. Let me see. How that shit go? Trying to think of the name of that song. Just to show y'all some of these sets real quick, just to get juice. What was it called? The Streets Love It. This set right here was built in the same thing, but you want to know what's called? I didn't even do the metal netcher on this set. It was one of my homegirls did the metal netcher because she knew that I was into it. And so she just copied it off of a particular text or whatever and literally painted it herself, y'all. It looked crazy. She painted the glyphs herself, and I was like, you did this? She had it looking real accurate. But, all right, let's look at the set. Hold on. This set right here is just one where we just put splatters of paint on the Luan cardboard. But then if you keep looking, you're going to see some, let me fast forward. This one, the glyphs start. Damn. All right, where the glyphs at in the background, man? Here we go. This whole set like this, where it looked like we ain't really, well, because I'm telling you, if we wasn't talking about this, now that it's like the production eye. You get the production eye when people start showing you how they made shit, then you can feel like you can always see it that way. But before I told you about paying attention to these glyphs in the background, it's simply on two big sheets of Luan and painted on there. And I'm going to show you multiple sets that I built that look like things that they really aren't. Here go the last one I'm going to show, actually. G-Stack. She Bad. Now, and this was featuring Miss Pinky. Let me see. G-Stack, She Bad. Huh? This must be a different song. Oh, here we go. Oh, that's Charlie Sheen. But here we go, right here. So, ain't no classroom nowhere. This is not a classroom. This is simply me trying to be creative and building sets. This is probably one of the best ones I did, though. Well, the floor ain't the best. I didn't want to paint the floor, though. But, you know, so you just basically need like 8 2x4s, and 4 sheets of Luan board. And that's what make it look like a room right here. Then I painted it all white. It just hung stuff on the walls, slid a desk over in the corner. That might be too much for us right now. Slid a desk over in the corner, right? And put some more desk out and let that be that. Yeah, I did shoot this video. It was rather fun. You know what I'm saying? I always love this type of chill. But if y'all just look at the set build, it's cool. So that's my height. But I ain't even really tripping. It might take me 6 months or whatever, but I think I'm about to get on that for a minute. Got to show up a little bit. Somebody like, Logic, you coming off weird, bro. No, I know Logic. He all good. He ain't it ain't how it looks or whatever. The brother comes on the show often and probably just got some stuff he don't want to talk about online. That's all good. I'm casual at hieroglyphics.com if you want to shoot me an email or whatever. All right, so where we at? Why y'all somebody need to go cop this album right now. I mean, golly. Don't forget to support this channel. No, what nobody problem is. But I get good, wonderful support. The best support be the people who send like a cash app or something when I ain't live, yo. I'll be like, damn, you the man. I ain't even live. You watching a video that ain't live and you just like, you know what? I'm sending you a cash app for this old video. That's hot. I just shared the Bandcamp and guess what I'm about to share? Where you can straight get the music. So look, I went on the History of the Bay podcast yesterday. Shout out to my mans. Oh, it was the day before yesterday. Shout out to Dregs One. And it was a pretty good interview. So at certain times when I was looking at it, after I was asking myself, how was that interview? But then let's see if he just posted the rest of it 1 album ago. Casual hieroglyphic origins, Dell and Ice Cube debating Hebrew Israelites. I might have said a little, I just was being myself. And the town got to be ready for it. But when I looked at that other clip, it was hella good. I'm going to play this clip that he just put up 1 hour ago. Let's see. Let's see what the comments are. Been waiting on this. Whenever somebody would ask me to rap. Hold on. First of all, whenever someone would ask me to rap in public, I either rap Casual's lyrics or my own. It didn't make a difference. They both were still gold. Y'all hear that? Great interview. The part about the street cred is on point. Yes, sir. Casual, that dude. Okay, I'm glad. The Bay Area rocks with me, man. Stop playing.
What up, everybody? This is Dregs One. Welcome to another episode of the History of the Bay podcast recording.
And make sure y'all subscribe to the History of the Bay podcast too. I'm gonna share the link right now. It's all one thing. I went up to Empire. It was good. I didn't get to step into no business offices, but I wish I could have. But shout out to everything going on at Empire right now. So let's talk to my man. Tell me what I messed up.
Here at Empire Studios in San Francisco. Today we got the homie David Ma, Needle to the Groove Records in the building, but we got a special guest as well. This person is revered as one of the elite lyricists to ever come out of the Bay Area, Oakland to be exact. Member of legendary collective of MCs, producers, DJs that have changed hip-hop history. This man is continuing to drop bars even in 2025. And I'm talking about the one and only rap god, Smash Rockwell, a.k.a. Casual.
Peace. Thanks for having me.
For sure. Thanks for coming.
Yes, sir.
The homie David hit us up because you just dropped a new EP.
Yeah, man.
With Albert Jenkins on the beats.
Yes, indeed.
This is the Starduster EP.
That's that Starduster.
And we going to celebrate the release this Thursday, y'all, at Crybaby.
That's tomorrow.
Yes, we will. And we're doing a little ticket giveaway, so check out the description. We're going to give away some tickets. And, we're going to talk about this. We're going to talk about a whole lot of history. I got some surprise questions. And there's a lot we can discuss. So
word up.
I always start at the very beginning, however. And I want to know where exactly did you grow up?
on 82nd in East Oakland.
Okay.
But like not really in the flats. I don't, if you know MacArthur, it's 3 blocks above MacArthur. That's when they start calling it the Hill. So I grew up on 8 Deuce Hill.
Mm-hmm. For someone who might not know, what's the difference between the hills and the flats?
Well, in the urban community, they make it seem like it's a real big difference, but it is because really, just to boil it down, cats don't even like walking up hills, right? And so if it's juking in the hood, cats is just gonna stay on the flatlands. Once you gotta start going up the hills, like think about it, you won't get vagabonds who just choose to go up a hill. Derelicts or bums just ain't going up hills on GP. So in the hood, it start making you feel like the hills is better or something. But that wasn't Oakland Hills. It was just 8 Deuce Hill.
Okay.
You see, you wasn't in Oakland Hills yet. You just was right above MacArthur.
Okay.
Just a little hill that made people not want to walk up it.
Right. Okay. Because sometimes people think of the Oakland Hills, they think of like where MC Hammer was living and little mini mansions and things like that.
I think my parents had aspirations to be in the Oakland Hills and wound up on 8 Deuce Hill. You feel what I'm saying?
Okay. So born and raised in Oakland. What was Oakland, specifically East Oakland, like during your childhood?
I know we hear a lot of the descriptions because I was born in 1974, so stuff I can start remembering gonna be in late 70s, early 80s. And we know a lot of people probably broadcast how the crack era affected things and probably how it was a little bit before then. I seen Be Legit talking about how before then, how it was all peaceful and you could do all this, and that's facts too. Me, at a very young age, I already started latching on to influences that wasn't directly in my hood. You know what I'm saying? But I would get them. First MC I seen freestyling off the top of the head was a rapper named Davey D in Eastmont Mall in about 82. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, oh, he got everybody surrounding him. He popular. That kind of looked like it. But then when I started hearing some of the lyrics, that wasn't really it for me. So you can see how it turned out, but I'm telling you the quick story. I was kind of getting influences from a few other places, even with my bar work. And so at a very early age, I was walking around the town in my hood. They not really treat me like Sharif from Menace to Society all the way, but like you kind of own something different, John. Like what you own, what you listening to. So Oakland was, y'all heard the story from plenty of people, but to me, it just was a hood to hone my craft in, where I was born and what I had to deal with, you know what I'm saying?
So that's interesting. So when we talk about your childhood, the thing that stands out the most seems to be the musical influence from an early age.
Well, you got everything in the hood, and it didn't just start like that. I kind of like, on 82nd, I was pushing the community towards the music route. They bring me outside the house to do regular Fight the Crip who was staying at the homie house on vacation. I had to do that. Okay. And then I ran back to, so but
you had to represent for Oakland
at the same time, my mama house, everybody knew that was bass. Like John don't play like that. Like, I mean, I ain't into what they was into. So it kind of developed my mama house was a safe house, bro. Like everybody in the hood knew that it ain't going down in front of my mama house like that. So
okay,
I wasn't like I wasn't with the shit like that. I was like on the right path.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, when you talk about hearing Davey D freestyle, you said the lyrics wasn't it. You meant the lyrical skill level.
All right, I gotta stop it though because he got the whole interview, and I want y'all to watch it on his page. But I'm just gonna give. I just, a lot of the times I might watch this back by myself and look like, and trip off certain things. But let's see what we talking about. I might skip through some stuff.
Subject matter is what I meant.
Okay.
Even Too Short inspired me hella much, but the subject matter wasn't it. I always frowned on the subject matter.
How so?
Because all my partners was treating all the women the way that he said treat them, and it wasn't turning out right for me at a very young age. I was like, I mean, I'm just keeping it a buck. All the way up to the culture of Snoop Dogg and them, we don't love these hoes. That was older. You was older, right? But you 17 trying to figure out life, and your elders telling you all this weird stuff that they wouldn't stand behind that stuff now.
Okay.
Feel me? But I'm 16 trying to figure out, do I love these hoes? Do I, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Do I say bitch? How do I be a man? And so some of the stuff I was getting from these people, I realized that wasn't it. That's what I kind of meant.
Okay, I'm glad we clarified that. Yeah. So what did strike you as far as influential?
Man, Too Short was one of the biggest influence on me, so I didn't want it to seem like anything I said was that, but y'all heard what I said. And so it was people like, it'll be, when I heard a little later, junior high, EPMD, you notice they still had that raunchy swag, but it was not too about degrading people that much.
They had some knock too.
Yeah,
they
had
bass,
straight slap.
Mm-hmm.
But they lyrics, they still was talking about strictly getting busy and stuff that resonated with me a little bit more.
So let me stop. Definitely not Davy D, the reporter. He was on the scene in those early days as a student at whatever school he was going to. But this Davy D was an Oakland rapper in the 80s that everybody knew.
Young age, and following that, I kind of like was that in the hood. I'm saying, like, I went to Montero Junior High, but I lived on 82nd. Montero was another one of them bougie schools that your mama had to fight hella hard to get you into. So already I was a dude who was right there with all the partners who go to King and Castlemont, but I'm going bust out to the school. So you kind of say, I'm not different though, because I was big and fat, and so that posture's in the hood too. You see what I'm saying? But with all of this extra stuff I was doing, I kind of turned out like the outcast a little bit. Not all the way, but you know what I'm talking about.
A little more eclectic.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody know that one dude in the hood who knew about the shit from New York and all the other stuff. Right. I was on it like that.
Right. That kind of seems like something that's pretty much true for most of your crew, right? It's a lot more, perhaps you would say, East Coast influence than the average Bay Cat.
So I'm just looking at they set too. Yeah, I like they said he got the speakers in the wall. That's real good. I think I could even achieve that. Yeah, I could achieve that. We'll talk about that later, but there's a lot of the focus that I want to be like these dudes.
Yeah, a lot of it was, and it was all honest. Because we all grew up on the hill, but we found each other amongst all our homies. Everybody you might hear me, we found each other had similar interests. Like, you listen to that too? Dang, don't none of the partners listen to that. What's up? Let's go listen to that. Mm-hmm. You feel me? And eventually we start competing against each other. That's what made us try to get fresh, because we wanted to be rawer than each other. So I see them walking up the street, and I'm like, I'm about to come outside and gas them. You feel what I'm saying? And they had spit something at me that had me like, damn, what they listening to? Or where they get? What's influencing them? Yep, that's exactly. A whole crew kind of like, Dale being a leader though. I met Dale, he had on a Fat Queen Latifah hat, I'm talking about in like the 8th grade. We were supposed to battle. His image frightened me, because he was already way more into hip-hop. How you get that hat? That's a real hip-hop hat. Like,
right.
This is
that's that Afrocentric hip-hop.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So people, eventually by the 10th grade, we had that on lock, bro. For the whole Oakland, not just for our hill section. The whole Oakland knew about them rappers who was a little bit different from East Oakland, you know what I'm saying?
So was Dale the first person from Hyro that you met?
So a lot of our relationships go back to like grade school. I mean, kindergarten with A+, Tajay, we was in the same kindergarten class. And a story is, believe it or not, if you remember old school Atari, me and Dale first met to trade asteroids for Yar's Revenge. My dad had Yar's Revenge, Dale had asteroids. I'm in the kindergarten, he in like the 2nd grade, and it was plea friend, and I took the cartridge from my house, got in trouble, but I had a tray, and I didn't get in trouble because my pops was like, what's this Yard's Revenge stuff? I mean, asteroids, and got to playing it. So we met grade school. 2nd meeting was probably like the 4th grade, and then ultimately to form the crew Hieroglyphics, A+ and Tajay was bringing Dell to battle me. And that's when he walked down the hill with all the fly fit on. He had the Latifah hat on, and he had a Dalmatian. He was walking a spotted Dalmatian. I was hella scared because I was like, that dude really looking like a rapper. I'm just standing, this happened on 82nd. I'm just standing right, it happened on Astor, 82nd and Astor. And I'm standing looking at him walk down the hill, and he stood to me, didn't know me for nothing, and said, who wants to battle the master? And I was like, this dude cold right there, you know what I'm saying? That's some old school, but you know, yeah.
Did you battle?
I kind of got scared on the real. Okay. So what I told him was, I want to battle you, but I ain't ready right now. I was like, give me one more day. And he was like, all right, gave me one more day, came back down the hill the next day. I spit for him, and that's when we formed the crew.
Interesting.
You know?
When I talked to Souls of Mischief, I made this observation that...
All right, now I'm just getting... I'm just getting stuck watching. I ain't giving no input, and I don't want... I mean, I know he's not going to flag my page, but maybe the content is controlled by somebody else or something. So I got to stop and say, shout out to him for even Drex for even bringing me there. You know what I'm saying? Because there's a lot of good podcasts on their show. When you want the history of the Bay, this is the best channel.
Everyone in Hieroglyphics has their own style, obviously. But for me, when I hear it, I kind of hear Dell as... I hear a little bit of Dell in all y'all.
Mm-hmm.
Would you agree with that he was a primary influence for the whole crew?
The primary influence, the leader, the oldest, and like we was in grade school, so he was at Skyline when we were still in junior high. He automatically is the authority. He telling y'all this how it go, and then he was Ice Cube's cousin.
Right.
So he had all those in his pocket.
Right.
And he told us out his mouth, don't even trip. Cube gonna get me a deal. When I get my deal, I'm getting all y'all deals. So now you are, and like New York say, he sons you because he's gonna give you an effort you can't even do for yourself. He's about to get you a deal. So yeah. Now as far as the flow is concerned, he was always more far out than us too, just because he was more experimental at a younger age. He just would do things we would not do, you know what I'm saying? And so he'd come back with flows that we would be like, what the hell? And since we competing, somebody might be like, I could do that too, and do it right back. And little do we know, we developing what people know as the Hyro style. You know?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense because all y'all are heavy on the wordplay. I feel like I can almost tell like y'all are trying to go bar for bar. Who can come up with the craziest rhyme scheme? You know, it's one thing to have a rhyme scheme that just, okay, you hit patterns and rhymes, but then to have it make sense and then stay on subject matter or tell a story, and that's a whole nother level of lyricism right there.
Well, sometimes when they send me, if Hyro send me a track, I might have to wait 3 or 4 days to bust because I'll be like, man, I don't want to be the one on the track that sound like you're not keeping up with everybody else, you know what I'm saying? And that's been no matter how nice people think I am, you know what I'm saying? They might not know that my peers, we got that much respect for each other.
Yeah, steel sharpens steel and all that. And yeah, you can't if people are coming with crazy 8-syllable rhyme schemes, you just making the last word of the bar rhyme. That's not really gonna translate.
Oh yeah,
Tajay
started hitting them 8s way before I was even noticing it. Then he had pointed out to me like, look, and I'll be like, bruh, you killing them. And that's something about it. I mean, just as a side note, it don't matter how many syllables you hit, all that shit, you could get corny with that shit. And so the way that they was doing it, the way you can't even tell, that's when it's nice. You feel what I'm saying? He got to point it out, yeah.
Well, you mentioned Del being Ice Cube's cousin, And so he did end up working with Ice Cube and being part of the lynch mob. As that started happening, did you start seeing like, oh shit, he was telling the truth. We about to get on.
Yeah. But I know you seen that podcast. I don't know. I'm assuming you might have seen the podcast, so it's out there, where Dub C or one of them dudes was explaining how they got their name, the Mad Circle, how they took it from us.
I didn't catch that.
Okay,
I think Souls mentioned it on my podcast.
Well, I'm just going to shoot back after him. Well, I was the only one up in Oakland hot about that. Nobody else even was concerned. Dubs, because of Dell's relationship, it was one summer when he went down there to record his demo. We was called the Mad Circle at that time. Dell get with Cube and them, obviously, to start working on this demo and do all the things they did. And Cube, having the foresight that he had, thought that the name Mad Circle would be more appropriate for Dub C and them. Because he like, you know what I'm saying? You could squeeze more gangster out of the Mad Circle than you could squeeze lyrics. Y'all might want to think of something lyrical, but we wasn't there for that. We was still up in the town going to parties calling ourselves the Mad Circle and stuff. So Dell just came back like, we ain't the Mad Circle no more. You know what I'm saying? And it wasn't like they took the name. It was Ice Cube had foresight, and it worked out because we turned out to be hieroglyphics after that. So
it was like a strategic move on his part.
On Ice Cube's part.
Yeah. So he was thinking he was going to have Dub C and them, and he was thinking he's going to have, here's my cousin and his crew from Oakland, and this is the paving the way for what he was about to do.
Yeah, kind of like. But this was a lot of ups and downs with that situation. I had songs that was my song when Dell went to L.A., and when he came back, it wasn't my song no more because Ice Cube said so. Type of stuff like that.
Any specific that ended up actually coming out?
Hoods Come in Dozens on Dell's first album. That was on my demo. On my demo, it was a song Dell made for me called Parabolic Mirror that I asked Dell to play for Cube so I could get on. And Cube was like, nah, just take the beat.
Damn.
But he had foresight. See, I'm not a young man anymore, and so I'm glad he made all them decisions and moves, because the song Hoods Come in Dozens on Dell's album was way better than my song Parabolic Mirror. Who want to hear about a parabolic mirror versus Hoods Coming in Dozens, right? So it did need, but I was young, and when you in your ego, you can't figure that out. You just like, you took my song.
Right. Yeah, you kind of feels like you're getting a little broed a little bit.
But you now that you got the hindsight to see it, and he got me my deal Dell. So
right.
I already understood it. Okay, that ain't my beat no more.
Yeah, so A+ and Tajay said that Once Upon a Time in the Projects was their beat originally. Yeah,
so it'd be like that.
So Dell did end up signing with Elektra, right? Mm-hmm. And he dropped his debut album. Is that the song that also features you on there, right?
We are, yep, you're right. We are, but the whole crew is on Burnt. On the B side, but I produced Burnt.
You produced Burnt. Okay.
Yeah, but see, at that young age, if you look at the credits, it probably say everybody produced it. I want that fixed.
That was the first appearance of Hieroglyphics crew.
Yeah, that's facts. Hold up, man. I produced that shit. But we were so young that let me go back and look at the credits and see who would say produced it. Cause he put the CD up on the I can't see it no more. But there you go. Let me see who would say produced it. Produced and arranged by Dell, Opio, Casual, Tajay, and A+. Fuck no. That's that bullshit. I produced that by myself in my mama's basement. But we were so young, the fact that I was like, okay, I got 5 different parts to the beat, right? I got 5 different parts. And so I was like, pick your part. And since I let cats pick their part, I thought that I was hella stupid. That's our first song ever.
Dell did end up signing with Elektra, right? And he dropped his debut album. Is that's the song that also features you on there, right?
We are, yep, you're right. We are, but the whole crew is on Burnt. On the B side, but I produced Burnt.
You produced Burnt. Okay.
Yeah, but see, at that young age, if you look at the credits, it probably say everybody produced it. I want that fixed.
That was the first appearance of Hieroglyphics crew on record.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so y'all already, by then you developed the concept of the crew name and the logo, right? Because I think the logo's also on there also.
So you know what? That was 91. Burnt, and the majority of us was still in high school. So that was a defining moment of that, because I remember how this went down. We kind of like had to choose the logo, and Dale was like, okay, my album about to come, and they're saying, what's the logo? I remember when he chose it and we went back to school, they started spray. We told like this how juking we was at Skyline. We showed like 2 or 3 people the logo. Next day we came back to school, it was spray painted on the gym. Fat. And so from that point, Dale going down to LA doing, if you notice, if you really look on the back of that album, some of the members ain't really us. It was just the people who parents allowed them to travel to LA to take the picture. So for a long time, people thought I was a guy named CMPX who was on the back of that vinyl. But that was our first, production, and it was not so well formed as you might think. It was really raw. Like it was, we was picking names and type of stuff. Like
yeah, and there's more members and different members than the current roster, right?
Well, we've had other people involved with us over the years, but that was just a faux pas on that first album. CMPX and wasn't in High Row.
Okay.
They was just the homies and who was rolling with Dale.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And damn, that logo, man, how that logo is so ubiquitous. It's one of the most recognized logos in hip hop.
It make me think about how much, I hate to say it, but yeah, I don't hate to say it. Dale's a genius. Like, I do not hate to say it, but I hate when people think that I'm just giving out some arbitrary accolades. When I sat around somebody whose brain works so different, and the outcome of what he produces is always fruitful and glorious. So I'll be like, this dude a genius. Like, you just thinking of stuff, like that logo, for instance. How simple it is. He took 3 eyes and put a straight mouth, a circle, said that's our logo.
3 dots in a line.
And Rolling Stones gave it, they said that's the 3rd best recognizable logo in music.
Period.
Music.
Yeah.
They didn't even do hip hop. Like, they was like, out of all logo, I think it was like number 3. I hope I ain't being pretentious. Maybe it was hip hop, but they gave it an award, basically.
That logo has been on T-shirts and movies, comic books, tattoos. Pretty crazy.
I had people try to connect it to ancient Mayan symbols and stuff.
Right.
If you go look up the ancient Mayan symbol for 8 or something like that, it looks kind of like a Hiro symbol.
Yeah, it's just something.
Yeah, they doing their homework. Because look, I just saying stuff, but they putting the sources on the screen. So it's really showing that we be doing what we talking about, bro. That's really the ancient, the Mayan symbol for 8. And it do look like a Hiro sign without the circle, right? It's kind of crazy. It's also an ancient Egyptian where they take 3 new bowls and they put it over a pet sign for the sky. If you look at it, it gives the appearance of the Hiro symbol.
These comic books, tattoos, pretty crazy.
I had people try to connect it to ancient Mayan symbols and stuff.
Right.
If you go look up the ancient Mayan symbol for 8 or something like that, it looks kind of like a Hiro symbol.
Yeah, it's just something universal about it. When that record came out, did that change things for you? In terms of
Dale's record?
Yeah.
Burnt?
Yeah.
Yeah, remember we was still at Skyline. So everybody had room. Imagine high school, Oakland, the one where all the fine girls go. That's the rumor for that, you know what I'm saying? And you, the rappers there, who everybody know about to get a record deal. It was stone cracking. Like, it was like a movie. And so we was really showing and proving, and we was really raw. We wasn't like winging it or nothing. So all of the school rallies at Skyline was us rapping, and people would be coming from other schools. Really, like it would be such a thing that it would, at a rally, if we was gonna be rapping, rest in peace to Saphir. He came to one of our Skyline High School rallies to get on the microphone. And so at an early age, like I said, we was raw. I mean, when I say raw, I mean like green, not like raw, like fresh. I mean, we was like, we didn't have much guidance. We just was raw, you know what I'm saying? And we was lyrically raw too, but so fresh with it that we was just, the word was getting out because of what we was doing. When I was in the 9th grade, they used to take me up to Scotland. That's middle school in Oakland. They take me up to the high schools to battle the seniors, and I'd be getting them. So then my ego, it was through the roof. I'd be walking around like, who wanna battle? 9th grader, and they like, look at this little dude. That, so people start knowing who I was, like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I talked about this with Souls too. Is like back then it wasn't as common to hear somebody that could actually rap, right? It was a more appreciated, unique skill set that was like, oh shit, you know how to do that? Let me hear it. Can you bust something? It was like valued more. Yeah. Nowadays, if you rap, it's like, oh yeah, that's cool, man.
Nowadays, rap is like a standard form of expression for young urban youth.
Right.
And I don't see a problem with that. But it should be separated from the art of hip hop, and you a lyricist and you doing all these multisyllabic schemes. Yes, what you're saying 100% correct. Back in the day, if you was a rapper, it meant something. Like people in one block, the whole block would be coming to the rapper house to hear him rap.
Right,
they wouldn't just all try to rap themselves.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Nowadays, they just be like, you rap me too.
Right, exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So yeah, it was more of a thing, yeah.
Well, that came out on Elektra Records, so it's a major label.
True.
And pretty soon that led to Souls of Mischief getting a deal and you getting a deal on Jive.
But that was kind of authentic, though. It seemed like it happened like that, but in the 90s, they had this convention in San Francisco called the Gavin. And in 93 or 92, we cut school, went to the Gavin. Dale already was tied in with Elektra through Dante Ross. So Dante had got us, like, come to the Gavin. He couldn't get us passes. So we went to the Gavin and we blocked the doors of the convention and was like, if we can't get up, nobody getting up. Give me a beat, like LL and Crush Groove. And we thought we was about to get apprehended or arrested. No, all of the executives formed a circle around us. And so,
dang, I ain't even stopping it because I'm watching it and I'm actually watching it, like listening, tripping.
Yeah, it seemed like it happened more authentic. I went back home after cutting school, going to that convention, and the old answer machines that used to show your number, you put a little tape in it and stuff. Man, my thing was saying 99 messages, or 30. I think mine's capped out at 30 messages. It was saying 30 messages. I was like, how I cut school today? I got 30 messages. Bro, I touched the first message. Hi, how I'm doing? My name is something from What You Call It Records. I said, what? I touched the second one. Hi, I'm Joanne from What You Call It Records. I said, hell no. This is real facts. From the time it took me to catch the BART from Frisco to get back to my house in time for my mom and them to know I wasn't cutting school, somehow these executives had got my phone number and all left me phone calls on my answer machine at the house. And so, I was only saying that to say, yeah, it was like Jive Elektra, but it was like grassroots. It was people at these parties seeing us rock and was like, I think they the next. Let's track them down. You know?
So it was on your own merits. It wasn't just we got one guy, let's get another guy.
Yeah, we kind of smashed on that a little bit.
That kind of even goes to the last point I made about how valuable that skill was back then, to where, oh, he can rap good, let's try to get him a deal. I feel like nowadays getting a deal,
Right, this is cool.
Means anything.
I watched almost 30 minutes of it. It's an hour and 44 minutes. So y'all want to see the whole, but like we was talking about, look, ancient Egyptian, modern Egyptian, Egyptology, debating Hebrew Israelites, Tash of the Alcoholics. Let me start from right there and just watch the end.
Not to be messy, but I was doing my research. I was doing my Googles. I was doing my YouTubes. You had a fairly recent lyrical back and forth.
Oh man, I've had to dust Tash off. He was on some bullshit. That's my dude though. Okay. But he can't rap like me. Come on, Tash, you a good MC. But he like not no lyricist. And so he just chose to go on Drink Champs and start talking about me out the blue. Like I'm your dude. He forgot I was his dude.
I tripped out that he's in your video.
Dude, that's my main man.
He's in
I clowned him about that in the battle because he wrote a rap for me before I knew about it. I just freestyle facts that I remember. In 1992, bruh, you hopped in a car, drove from LA to Oakland to meet me, and I gave your partner 30 G's. Don't you think you don't want to battle a nigga who did some shit like that? I could just stay on that right there and make that look way plentiful for an audience. Like, what did you do with the money? I asked all kind of questions. But that's a fact. I also seen you get your ass whooped in Las Vegas by a white boy. Ouch. And white boy smacked the shit out you. You don't want to battle me, bro. Like, why would you want to battle? Like, that's crazy. So I don't even know. He forgot all of that because he was drunk. He was a drunk for them parts of his life. And he forgot I was one of his main mans. So imagine you watching Drink Champs at the house and you just see your mans getting at you.
Yeah.
I was hella let down, man. I was let down. I wasn't hurt, and I was like, oh, well, he's about to get it.
I listened to his song. It's pretty funny. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, that's what it is. When I play it, I'll be like, dude, you saying some stupid shit.
He was definitely capping on you.
That's what he was doing. He was capping.
But your response was, woof. It was very personal.
Well, I'm going to tell you like this.
It was pretty vicious,
the type of motherfucker, you battle me and then you get in Instagram and you DM me and say, can you take your reply down? That's rap god shit. I don't give a fuck. Motherfucker get in your inbox, ask you to take down your response.
That's tapping out
Don't
right
ever
there.
fuck with that type of motherfucker then.
Or are y'all cool now?
Oh man, I can't wait to see Tash. I can't buy him a drink, but because he's sober now. But when I see him, I'm gonna say, "What the fuck is you thinking? You thought I wasn't me no more, nigga? Let's go." Come on.
The question I want to read. Shout out to you for putting this up. It says, "Are you against we Israelites, aka Jews, according to the Torah, aka Tanakh, aka Genesis to Malachi, aka the Almighty, internal covenant made with me, we Israelites, aka Jews, by the male seed, sperm only question?" All right. I know I might have fucked that up. You know, I did go too hard, but fuck it, I don't give a fuck. You came at me wrong. Auto group, you right. I don't righteous, you didn't have to erase that comment, but it was hard to understand that, but I'm not necessarily against that. But when we start talking about the merits of the reality or the truth behind that whole situation, not the truth behind which characters, quote unquote, we are in the story, but the truth behind the story in its entirety, I think we have some shortcomings. And I'm willing to dialogue about that. I have with plenty of people, and I think he's about to talk about that next.
No, Cash, I was tripping, Cash. That's all he gonna say. That's my dude. Nah, real love, though, for real. We go back to 94. You don't never pry no wedges in between shit like that, bro. Like, I don't even know what your brain was doing. You could at least text me and say, I'm about to fake call you out. I'm about to call you out. You just did it for real. So I was like, I'm not going to have no hold back because he need to learn his lesson. So I'm gonna say all this shit you don't want to hear on the mic.
I love it. I could tell it was, a friendly not necessarily friendly.
Yeah, we
but
didn't want it to. We didn't put it on. I didn't send that to Hip Hop DX and all the shit you're supposed to do. We just was talking to each other.
Yeah,
a lot of people didn't even hear that shit.
Right. Well, go back and check it out. It's pretty entertaining. I ain't gonna lie.
Well, shout out to all my licks homies, and even E Swift looked at Taz like, that's our dude. He looked at him right on Drink Champs like, that's my man. I love all of them.
The other reason I asked if you're competitive because I seen that you are into some debates.
So that's not really competition, though. I mean, it's a default competition, but the real thing is who got the right knowledge. So, it might seem like a competition because it's a debate, but just break it down to the etymology of the word debate to come from really what we know to mean beat down. We just saying it in two different ways. Like, if you look up that word. And so I like to squash out pseudo information. Or it don't really require me to be aggressive or competitive, but if somebody lying on history and I got the facts, I'm a straight student right now, like for real, like I fucks with it. I mean,
yeah, I wanted to get into the scholarship.
Shit, that's what I really want to talk about.
Yeah,
Let's go.
Let's get it. You was debating the Hebrew Israelite?
I went to New York to debate some Hebrew Israelites. I dusted them boys off. Okay. But only because, not infringing upon their faith, they were saying that it's something negative about Egypt and all this. They was talking about gay stuff and all kind of stuff.
Slavery, Hebrew
slavery, and all of these myths, a lot of myths that come out of theology, I would say, and they tried to act like it's facts. And they wanted to speak to someone who could explain these things.
Oh, okay. The Hebrew Israelites, I know a few Israelites even here in the Bay. I do not necessarily agree with all their tactics or all of their information. I respect it, but they are very much glued to the Old Testament of the Bible, right?
Yes, sir. They got some new ISUPK is like some New Testament Israelites.
Okay.
But yeah, they basically glued to black people is the Jews.
Right.
However they work it out, that's what it leads back to. You know what I'm saying?
Let's get crazy. I wasn't even planning on asking this. Would you say that the original Jews were black people?
No, that shit is all fake.
Okay.
I do the knowledge. So the word, I mean, if you really want to talk about it for real.
Yeah, let's talk about it.
We won't find the word Israel.
Somebody gonna be watching like, nah, that shit is all fake. Damn, I hit him off cold with I didn't even slow roll it.
On any ancient attestation until we get to a stele called the Mer-en-Ptah stele. They might call it the Mer-Neptah stele, but that's just a Greek mistranslation. The Mer-en-Ptah stele is from a time period that doesn't line up with anything biblical. And so when we talk about
So you can't say it doesn't line up with anything biblical. You have to say, and I think I said it better later, it doesn't line up with the attestations of the supposed kingdom of Israel. And then we look at this text and they're not even addressing Israel as a kingdom, a land, or anything at all. And it definitely kind of discredits the, well, we don't have to go there. Y'all know our stance on that shit. People watching this show.
Here's the thing. When we talk about Israel in its biblical context where it tells you that it was this big kingdom, we have to do a little bit of biblical, if we're allowed to give some literary biblical scrutiny and start lining up dates and seeing what is actually supposed to be taken as allegory and what should be taken as a real thing. So if we take the kingdom of Israel as this big thing allegorically, that it might have existed, but when we start talking about lining up these things with the dates that they supposedly occur with, the Bible get all out of whack. It start not making no sense. So what I'm saying is the first a time we hear of a name of Israel, when is Merenptah? I don't want to mess it up, but it'd be about 1100, in between 1100, 1200 BC. But the stories we get to the Bible is taking us back to pharaohs that lived way before that. And so I receive all of my biblical studies in a way that they are taught to me, to where I am supposed to extract truth out of this, whether or not it is presented as truth or not. Meaning that is what an allegory is. If I say, little Johnny, you know, one day a boy ran across the street and a truck hit him and it dragged him all the way to Frisco, that might possibly really didn't happen. But the truth that it is intended for the child to extract from that is, if he crosses the street without looking both ways, he might get hit by a car. And that's what allegory is intended to do. So I accept it that way totally. But when you get to telling me somebody talked to a burning bush and the Jews built the pyramids in slavery, you're gonna have to defer to allegory.
Man, that was a great analogy, bro. Yeah, I'm not into reading the Bible as a historical document, or it's historical, but not a timeline, a history, fact for fact.
And so Seven Son said he was there at that debate. Yeah, that debate is historical and legendary. People trying to downplay it, but it ain't been one since. It ain't been nothing like that since. And I skipped all the way forward, but I'm gonna let the rest of his content be there on that, and y'all can go watch it and give him the views to see what else I said. I want to see what I said about Egyptology, just for the record.
Direction, but I did want to get into this study of Egyptology that you've dedicated yourself to. How did you get into that?
Man, so I'll be like on my Wu-Tang shit. You ever heard the Wu-Tang explain the Wu-Tang?
Yeah.
They got a whole thing.
Yeah.
I didn't like that Hyro didn't have a whole thing behind explaining the Hyro, for real. And I used to be saying, hey, one day, cats gonna ask us for our whole Wu-Tang thing and we just gonna not have nothing to say. So I started asking my dudes, though, we should start really studying that Egypt shit, in order to let that be the backstory. But cats was like, that's corny. We just hieroglyphics, whatever. Well, I was like, all right, I'm about to be the one to where if anybody ever stepped to us on some of that type of hype, like, y'all fake, y'all call hieroglyphics, y'all don't know nothing about that. They're going to be like, go holla at Cash. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's who fuck with that. And so my first inclination to start trying to learn how to read ancient Egyptian texts was motivated by the fact that we called ourselves hieroglyphics and couldn't nobody read it.
So you learned how to read hieroglyphs. You also speak Kemetic.
So let's talk about that, because saying you speak it,
you know some words.
That's not really real, right? Because just like the Hebrew language, we know the Hebrew that people speak today was reconstructed from a dead language. They didn't know the vowels, right? And so they just had to come up with two versions of it. One version turned out to be like Yiddish, and the other one, the Masoretic text, where they just speak the standard Israeli Hebrew. And so what I'm saying is they injected those vowels to make what was once a dead language living. Because when we talk about ancient Egyptian language, Medu Neter, which is a script, the language was called Rani Kemet. It's like the mouth of people of Egypt. Well, this language didn't have the vowels there either when they wrote. I mean, it had vowels when you speak it, because you can't connect consonants without vowels unless you got a consonant cluster. You know how that works. But that's what vowels do, connect consonants. So we know that the vowels were there, they just didn't write them out. So then when people start saying that they speaking the ancient Egyptian language, there's something that they're not telling you. Egyptologists made a convention in order for us to be able to verbalize a word that was written without its vowels. So let's just take a simple ancient Egyptian word we might know from Nefertiti. Well, Nefer is the root to that, and it means beauty. But we're saying Nefer. What we see on the wall is NFR, are consonants that we transliterate back to NFR, right? And we don't know what the vowels are in between there. So in order to verbalize it, they made a convention to just inject E's.
Right, because even Kemet is just KMT, right?
And now you take, but you just injected 2 E's to say it. So
right.
You see the convention?
It's written as KMT.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So Egyptologists thought of this as a way that we could speak it, but they never said this was the way that ancient Egyptians spoke. Right. So when you hear me doing a rap in ancient Egyptian, I'm only using what's called Egyptology speak, which is meaning that anyone who studies ancient Egypt will know what I'm saying, but if a motherfucker ancient Egyptian came back, he would not know what I was saying. Yeah, exactly.
You ever been out there?
No, I haven't been there.
Really?
Yet. No, I haven't been there yet. I've been all over the world, but I got something about going to Egypt. I've been to London. I've been to England to see more of Egypt than I could see in Egypt.
Like the obelisks and the
basically,
mummies and all that?
Egypt ain't in Egypt. Not for a student, unless I'm trying to bust some new stuff out. But just for the record, I do have plans and ambitions to go there. I just wanted to be like this super wise dude once I finally stepped in the pyramids. You know?
Well, like a lot of the artifacts, like the Zodiac of Dendara and other things have been like removed.
Yeah, them is all in Britain. England.
Are you in touch with like a lot of like professors and other people in the?
I am.
Yeah.
And you know, last year on YouTube, some dudes tried to discredit me because I got this concept about ancient Egyptians being black, and that doesn't really sit.
They just some dudes on YouTube who tried to discredit me. In the real world, I couldn't even get nobody. No, whoa, please. In my real story, now we sitting here kicking it, but y'all should really know. In the real thing, y'all like Green Army men. You know the Green Army men on G.I. Joe? Who want to be a Green Army man? You got to be a real character, bruh.
Not for a student, unless I'm trying to bust some new stuff out. But just for the record, I do have plans and ambitions to go there. I just wanted to be like this super wise dude once I finally stepped in the pyramids. You know?
Well, like a lot of the artifacts, like the Zodiac of Dendara and other things have been like removed.
Yeah, them is all in Britain. England.
Are you in touch with like a lot of like professors and other people in the?
I am.
Yeah.
And you know, last year on YouTube, some dudes tried to discredit me because I got this concept about ancient Egyptians being black, and that doesn't really sit well with a lot of modern Egyptians because they don't see themselves as that, and they're not really that.
And the modern Egyptian people, and yeah.
Me talking about ancient Egyptians being black doesn't necessarily sit well with modern Egyptians. And there was a time in Egyptology, just to be frank, white people made a claim towards Egypt first academically, but when they first started figuring it out, they was like
Cleopatra movies.
Yeah, they came up with this thing called the Great White Race, invading pharaonic race theory. Anybody could Google it, and they said that it wasn't indigenous Africans who built all this stuff. There was an invading race that came in from the east. So after there was a brother named Sheikh Anta Diop who challenged them at a symposium in 1974 at the Cairo Symposium, and he beat the brakes off of every Egyptologist. He's one of my motivations. He's one of the reasons why I know Egyptologists now, because I look up to men like him. So what he did was teach the field that it needs to use multiple disciplines in order to come up to these conclusions. You just can't use Egyptology. You got to use anthropology. He was brought in radiocarbon dating and all these other things. He did so well that immediately European Egyptologists at that point began to relinquish their claims towards Egypt. And if you notice something, and there's something that we can research called Pharaonism, which was a move of the modern Egyptians to say, you know what? We should start claiming the ancient stuff and saying it's ours.
Right.
A political move to support tourism. So now we in 2005 and people don't know all this stuff, and you trying to look at some African history and people making you feel bad that you might think it has something to actually do with indigenous Africans. It's crazy.
Basically Egyptian nationalism, right? Like the Arab population that's there now, kind of hijacking that.
Yeah, so here's the thing. This concept of Pan-Arabism was what they first wanted to entertain. As you know, they took over the whole Maghreb. You know, we can go back to the Sword of Islam taking over the whole Maghreb area from Egypt to Morocco. The Maghreb just being all of Upper Africa, coastal Upper Africa, right? And so, well, I went back all the way to the Sword of Islam taking over the Maghreb, but I'm just lost why I went back that far, so I apologize.
We were talking about the modern Egyptian identity.
So the Pan-Arabism, all Arabs is one thing, Egyptians fought back against that. Yeah. Even though they knew there was Arabs that was like, hold up, we're trying to do a different movement.
Their dialect is a little different, right?
Yeah, they speak Egyptian, Arabic, and some will say, and I will agree with the modern Egyptians who say some of them have been there since ancient times, since before the Arab invasion, but it's completely indigenous to exclude black people from that contingency.
I said completely indigenous? Damn. I was thinking completely disingenuous. God damn, what am I saying? I hate that.
Their dialect is a little different, right?
Yeah, they speak Egyptian, Arabic, and some will say, and I will agree with the modern Egyptians who say some of them have been there since ancient times, since before the Arab invasion, but it's completely indigenous to exclude.
Oh my God, completely disingenuous. That make me hella mad. That changed the whole meaning of what I'm trying to say.
And some will say, and I will agree with the modern Egyptians who say some of them have been there since ancient times, since before the Arab invasion, but it's completely indigenous to exclude black people from that contingency when all the statues, monuments, the icons.
They still know what I meant to say. They can tell I meant to say disingenuous. What's up with Sarnetta laughing at me fucking up?
Pornography and even the skin tone that they chose, we want to call reddish brown. But what the fuck is reddish brown? Brown is already reddish. So why y'all saying reddish brown? Y'all on some bullshit. Every time you see brown, you see a little bit of reddish. I'm just saying you might get some Nikes that don't got no red. But the natural hues are all combinations of each other. Like, you know what I'm saying? And so I don't want to get too far off on a tangent with this because I'm so into it. I'm talking about the brownish red hue you'll see if you enter any temple is representative of exactly that.
There's a lot of evidence.
So look, this is me bringing it to hip hop right now. If somebody want to say something back, they're going to have to say it on the hip hop playing field. And then they don't know how much backup I got from all of y'all and shit. People will be like, no, they study that shit every motherfucking day. Do not mess up.
I forget which Greek philosopher it was who described the Egyptians and said they were dark-skinned. And he used the term woolly-haired, I believe.
Herodotus did. Aristotle did. Aristotle said something more negative. He was like, people that's hella black is cowards. Like the Egyptians and the Ethiopians.
Well, that was by the time Aristotle came around. Wasn't he the one that burned down the library?
Well, yeah, he might have been the one, but there's a lot of talk about that. He definitely was the one who convinced Alexander to take over Egypt.
Right. Yeah, and he was the setup as the lieutenant.
He tutored Alexander.
Yep.
So everybody before Aristotle had to spend all these years in Egypt to learn this knowledge and do all this stuff. Yeah. And now I'm on.
This interview was 3 days ago. That's what I'm saying. The party that we talking about, my album release party that we having is tomorrow. Just in case you was wondering. This is just recently. I just went to Empire in San Francisco and hooked up with them. I didn't get to talk no business or do nothing like that. but I got to do this wonderful interview. Thanks for asking.
Or dark skinned, and he used the term woolly haired, I believe.
Herodotus did, Aristotle did. Aristotle said something more negative. He was like, people that's hella black is cowards. Like the Egyptians and the Ethiopians.
Well, that was by the time Aristotle came around. Wasn't he the one that burned down the library?
Well, yeah, he might have been the one, but
that was
there's a lot of
so
talk about
when
that.
I said he might have been the one, I should have just said no. But I just didn't want to just be like knowing somebody on their shit. But I probably should have just said nah.
Black is cowards. Like the Egyptians and the Ethiopians.
Well, that was by the time Aristotle came around. Wasn't he the one that burned down the library?
Well, yeah, he might have been the one, but there's a lot of talk about that. He definitely was the one who was convinced Alexander to take over Egypt.
Right.
Yeah.
And he was the setup as the lieutenant in Egypt.
He tutored Alexander.
Yep.
So everybody before Aristotle had to spend all these years in Egypt to learn this knowledge and do all this stuff.
Yeah.
And now I'm on some conjecture. This could be conjecture because some people say Aristotle was lazy and just was like, yo, we could just take it. Right. Like, why go and sit under their priest for 50 years? Let's just go take it and convince Alexander to take it.
And that is like a tactic of warfare, right? It's like people don't realize when you invade a land, you take the resources and you also take the knowledge that you might not have. It's like that's what we did with World War II with Japan and several other times in history. This has been done.
And some people's resource is the knowledge.
Exactly. Yeah. I think we just lost like half the audience.
Yeah, we did. I know. I do it on my YouTube show all the time.
It's like, what the fuck, man? I thought you was going to talk about hip-hop.
Nah, they know casual. They know it's going to talk about some other shit.
Nah, I like this talk, bro, because, this is the thing about black folks, man. I love being, like, in the barbershop kicking knowledge or just on the block and someone will pull up with some conspiracy theory or something.
You know what? I coined that term, bro, and I call it Negro intuition. And I try to keep people from coming on my show with that shit. I'm like, it's good for barbershops and shit because we all feel like we know, right?
Yeah.
And we can answer any question by digging deep inside ourselves and giving the proper answer.
Well, you got to back it up.
I like building like that, but then that become like too much.
On YouTube,
facts.
it's not the best.
Yeah, we need sources.
Yeah.
Now we want sources. We want to know where you got that from.
But I do like this form of conversation and this intuitive nature, man.
Hey, damn. So when I look back at the interview, I didn't know I was this good at interviewing and shit. You feel me? Like when I look at that, I'm like, damn, I like where I need to go do more shit. I'm gonna go see Sway and shit. I'm gonna go fuck with Sway, and not for this album though. Maybe for this new stuff we're recording. And I need to get my bars ready for all these little hip hop channels. I need some new raps for them. Like.
Often get portrayed, which is why I wanted to make some time for this episode to speak on that.
I'm so happy you did, and
but it's a lot more that I skipped into there. Look, he even put that part Negro intuition. Now the whole hip hop about to know about Negro intuition. For real, because that's something we can use it when we gotta use it. Like if you running through and you trying to look up, they start following that star probably off Negro intuition when they was running and they needed that. But if we got Google and all this shit with the real answer and all the sources, we might want to fall back on the Negro intuition and answer that shit the right way, man. I don't want to hear what you think. Fuck that. Tell me the real answer. Shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate y'all. That was cool to do. And I'm glad they had me and let me talk about the other stuff. Well, you say you seem more comfortable talking about Kemet than hip hop. Really, because that's kind of like that. But it's not really like that. You can step on toes and you got to watch your words when I'm talking about all my hip hop peers and activities. I didn't watch my words when I talked about Tash because he dissed me. So he get the John Owens that people from Oakland know. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'll be like that. Like, I was like that my whole life. You fucked up with me, and it's going to hang over your head for a long-ass time. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't be doing shit to niggas like. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, what? Damn. I even get offended that somebody don't respect my friendship right. Like, I be like, damn, you didn't think my friendship was only worth that to you? Oh, I'm offended. Dude, you don't even see me as a boss. You know what I'm saying? But yeah. All right, now what else we've been talking about? That was kind of good and entertaining. Make sure I'm gonna share the link right here so you can watch the whole shit, like and subscribe. Because the history of the Bay, they show real. They be having that real shit on there. If you really want to hear from the people from the Bay, you gotta watch that channel. But I also feel proud that I don't be portraying myself as no shit that I wasn't or don't be. Like, you know what I'm saying? You don't gotta be trying to have to be gangster to be feeling like you are worthy of something. That's just something to some people be trying to make us think that's the shit. I ain't got enough water. I done went through 2 of these. I stay drinking too many Crystal Geysers. That water don't even work. It just run through me. I need some water that work, dog. Yeah. So we talked about a few of the current things. We ain't did no Metal Netter in hella long. I didn't put no title in this video, so we can rock whatever we want to rock. But I ain't just switching up going to that like that. I'm just saying. Oh, Layla, I just want to talk about Layla. All right, Layla Ali. See, here's the deal. All Remy Ma need to do is call Layla Ali. Because Remy Ma through right now, but I'm a good I'm good at public relations. Carissa Shields, everybody know Carissa Shields will beat the brakes off Remy Ma no matter what. There's no way around it. Just like any boxer would probably beat the brakes off of any of us who don't box. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could get a lick in, of course, but if they in the gym every day, that's what they do. Just like any rapper could beat anybody who don't rap and freestyling. Just like any comedian could out-joke anybody who ain't a comedian. It should be like that. So saying Carissa Shields will beat the brakes off Remy Ma is nothing. That's just facts to all of us. But Layla Ali right now is on Carissa Shields' head. And so if Remy wanted to say some battle rap face, she show up at that next battle with Layla Ali, and everybody gonna read between the lines. You gotta do shit like that. That's hot. Be at that next battle with Layla Ali. Don't say nothing. Introduce the battle. And the motherfuckers gonna be, I know, but they got beef. And Carissa probably would give it to her. Don't get it twisted. Look.
Always had a heart for the younger generation. And you do a lot that people don't see. You have conversations that people are unaware of. And
this is gonna be one of them videos where they try to stop my show. So let me just skip forward.
The situation happened, but man, y'all seem to have started off good, and then something went awry. What happened with you and Clarissa?
You know, I think that, like you said, I'm somebody that is open to being connected in terms of giving people advice when they come to me.
Now, I'm not saying they're going to really do nothing. This is all social media. So if she showed up with Layla at the next fight, that'll be hot for her.
For it, Clarissa was one of those people who reached out to me when I think it was after she won the Olympics the first time. I commentated the Olympics. I was aware of who she was.
Okay.
She reached out to me somehow and asked me advice about should she go to the Olympics again? Should she go pro? And I remember telling her, like, there ain't nothing at 168. You know what I'm saying? Like, she told me she was doing good in school. I asked her about herself. She was really smart. You know, I said, I would do the Olympics again, and then I would go to school and do something else. Like, I'm thinking she's going to use the Olympics and catapult into
I don't want to get in trouble, so I'm going to skip
real
forward.
Money there. I said, but if you do go pro, go down. I had a lengthy conversation about that because you go down to like 58, 47, because I'm looking at her, and I told her, I said,
We
you can
want to
do
hear
it. You
about the
diet
beef.
down. I'm a big girl. People don't realize, like, physically, I got big hands, I got big feet. I'm big. So I was telling her, you're not big like me, so you can come down. So that was my advice to her. And then we stayed in touch. You know, she would hit me before her fights. And I just remember going and promoting a cookbook and my cookbook and going on the Breakfast Club. And you asked me what happened.
I remember that.
And they asked me about Carissa, like they asked me about women's boxing. I said nice things about her, like I always did. And then they ended up asking me, would I ever come back? And I said, there's no reason to. I said, I don't see anybody there that inspires me to want to come back. I was like, there's so much I would have to stop doing, you know, that I would have to do. So I guess, well, I know that she heard that and took offense to it. And then next thing I know, she's on YouTube saying, Layla Ali was on, you know, she said it out of her own mouth. Like she heard me say there was nobody that she was inspired by that she felt could give her competition. I feel some kind of way. So then she started calling me out. And I was like, wow. So first thing I thought, because I'm the type of person, I would just pick up the phone. Like
everybody say that shit.
But I know this newer
they would just pick up the phone. No, it's the social media age. I would just pick up the phone that's getting kind of played out. Even though it's real, I don't want to hear that no more.
Generation, like you said, is different. But now you took it public, and she was always the one calling me anyway. So I wasn't about to call her and say, hey, what's going on? I was just like, okay, that's where she decided to go with it. So then, of course, now, you know, the public is, they're going to exasperate it.
They're going to spin it.
And then the next.
So basically, okay, so it was some real beef between them. Now, let me see. I'm just looking. Don't even hate on me. She had said something like she would put hands. Look. Oh, that was 4 years ago, though. Okay. All right, cool. I ain't tripping. They hard. All right. I just said that about Remy Ma, but I don't want to get distracted and thrown off. I will open up a Zoom if somebody want to build. Because right now I ain't even tripping. And hey, don't forget to donate to this channel. This not one of them channels that's like, I don't even take donations. I'm just like Jerry's Kids and all them other things that you want to help. You feel me? And shout out to the people who always contributing to the channel and supporters of the channel in that regard. Right? Shout out to the people with the green names. You know, the members of the channel. And I'm about to share this Zoom just to see if somebody want to build. Somebody earlier said he wanted to talk about being a Jew or a Hebrew Israelite. If you want to come from a theological perspective, you won't get no pushback from me. Kind of like I was telling Dregs one. But if you're willing to dialogue and want to talk about the biblical literature and you know, and if you're open to literary criticism of the text from a non-theological standpoint, click the link. It's nothing. Because if you're going to tell me God made us this and God did all that, then that's not, no, I can't disagree with that. I need something I can disagree with. Feel me? And I got to get ready to do my own show on Sinetta TV. I kind of wasn't available. I told y'all to watch that Nada the other day, but I kind of wasn't available to even do nothing because I got caught up. That's what I was shooting in Frisco, and I couldn't make it back in time in order to be at my computer. So I'm going to ask Sai to bring me on and let me just do a whole Smash Rockwell teaching. Even though I ain't got nothing new yet. I'll have it soon. So yeah, go on and contribute to the channel and stop playing and keep donating. Buy them books, buy them albums. And this is our brother right here. So I have never seen him before, so I'm gonna take this off the screen just so I don't get bombed real quick. Hold on. Peace. So does that say Ayah is our righteousness? Ayah, is that your name? Ayah. You there, Ayah?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, show your face real quick. I'm pulling you off the video and I'm gonna put you back on. I just want to see who you is. Then you could turn the camera back off.
Yeah, my camera's it's not working.
Oh, okay. I don't see your face. Okay, yeah, it's not working. So you can just mute it back out. Okay, cool. If you don't mind. All right, so what's up with you?
My fault.
You asked me a question. Did I believe that I was the Jews?
No, I wanted to know. I haven't been listening to you that long, so I don't know. Like other people probably been listening to you for years, but yeah. So I heard you a couple of times, one number of times, and I wanted to know what you kind of answered it. Was you against us being not us, but the ones who know that they're Israelites? Was you against that as well as the Torah and that we are the seed and that we're Israelites based upon who are Israelites are Israelites based upon the seed of the Father. So
I probably said I wasn't against it, but then I expounded on how we accept it and entertain it. Some of my brothers are truly practical with it, and they say that the Bible is 100% truth, and there's no allegory in it, and all this other stuff. And that's what I kind of think is kind of it's hard for us to accept it in that way. But if we do admit that, yeah, there's allegory and stories in there that's meant to be, that we're meant to learn from, but all of them stories might not exactly be real. That's the way that I accept it.
Okay, yeah. What normally I don't deal with I'm not a Christian, so I don't deal with I don't believe in Christ Jesus being my Messiah or Savior. So I deal with what I deal with Tanakh and the Torah, so or the Old Testament, as some people call it, Old Covenant. So when you look at allegories in that concept, it normally it'll tell you that it's an allegory, or it'll tell you it's a parable or proverb or something like that. It doesn't normally, so you don't, it's not like most of the time you don't even have to speculate when you read the Tanakh whether it's an allegory or not, or whether it's representing an allegory, or whether it's telling a story, of a particular perspective or subject matter. You know what I'm saying? So it's not.
I hear you, and from you saying that, it appears that you may be a sense of a literalist with the Bible.
Yeah, I try to take the book as literal as possible, but when you know it's not literal, then you don't supposed to take it literal.
Okay,
you see what I'm saying?
I hear you. Yeah,
I know you. I know you're intelligent man, so I don't get that.
If somebody asks me, damn, sorry, if you can, come back when you can. But ultimately, if somebody just had me put a yes or a no button, which would be too problematic to address these issues, I'd be forced to hit the no button as far as, is this who we are? You feel me? But that's just
okay.
But that we would never be forced to hit those type of buttons. I'm just simply also putting that out there because of how it excludes all of our African heritage and it leaves all of that out. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, yeah. So excuse me, maybe I wasn't clear. I said we who know or accept that we're Israelites. So I never would put that on so-called all black people or so-called all Negroes or so-called all Africans. I don't think that's proper to do nothing like that.
Sure. You want to ask the brother a question?
Yes.
Yeah, you go right ahead. Peace to you,
okay,
Joey.
But can I finish? Let me finish with the response.
But let him finish saying what he was saying before you ask the question, if you don't mind.
Yeah. So yeah. So what I was saying in response to what you were saying, that we can't go. I don't go. We should not go around thinking that all so-called black people, right, is Israelites. So I don't know. I don't hope I didn't get that impression. No, I was saying, well, when I say we, I'm talking about those who accept it and acknowledge it and know it. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Okay, and also we got to understand too, and I don't think a lot of people are being fair about it. If you got two parents, one might be an Israelite, one might be a Egyptian. So then that means you got two inheritance. And it's up to you as a child or the parent or how y'all run y'all particular culture. If you're gonna lean more towards your mom's inheritance or your father's.
So just real quick, I heard I want to address it without saying Israelite and Egyptian. And on this show, this is basically an African-centered show. you see that one of those would be an African and one of them would be someone that is not born in Africa, the Israelite. You see what I'm saying? And so that becomes problematic when we are African centered and then we choose to identify with those who, whether real or not, they don't say nothing about being in Africa as far as being an Israelite is concerned.
Okay, who don't?
Well, that's true. There are, I mean, to give you credit, I'm talking about the groups of Israelites that I most normally dialogue with. But the fact that you said who don't brings out a point that you may identify with Africa.
Well, I mean, Africa is just the name of the continent, so we know through history and through the Torah that the Israelites was on the continent of Africa as well as they was in so-called Asia and in Europe.
Okay, this is what I'm gonna do. I got my brother Saber Reggie here now, and continue to watch the show. He might he deals with this all the time and is well versed to deal with it. So I'm gonna turn over the floor to him. But before you keep expounding, you wanted to finish your last statement, and Joey had a question for you, and we never let Joey get his question in. So we'll let Joey get his question in, and then maybe you and Reggie and Asar could build on this, because I ain't trying to break you off, but they're gonna deal with it in a different way, probably.
Oh, and I don't mind being broke off if it can be done. That's fine. I mean,
that's cool.
I think the truth. Watch this, boss. I think the truth just needs to be challenged to prove it's the truth.
Yeah, and you didn't say nothing negative about Africa, so, and you said you understand allegory, so we don't got no contention so far. Let's hear Joey's question and then hear from Brother Reggie, RSR.
Peace to everybody. I just want to ask him a simple question. What's the point of the Bible as a spiritual book? If you're taking it literally, what is the point of calling it a spiritual book?
What's the point of taking the Bible literal?
No, the point I'm saying is if you're saying it's a spiritual book, then what is the point of taking it literally? Because a spiritual book is something that has allegory in it. A spiritual book is supposed to be allegorical.
Oh, okay. I never said me personally, I never said the book is spiritual. I never said the book. Okay, go ahead.
The Bible is not a spiritual book to you?
Okay, well, let me respond to that right quick. I ain't gonna be long. I never personally said the Bible is a spiritual book, but in my understanding, everything on earth, anything that you can see and even not see is spiritual. So I don't really focus on saying the Bible is a spiritual book.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay.
That's it.
So I'm saying it's a spiritual book, but everything is spiritual. I don't know nothing that's not spiritual.
Okay. Say, but you got honors before me. Go ahead.
Well, the Israelite that's on. What's your name, good brother?
Oh yeah, you can call me the Ayah.
Ayah, how you doing?
Yeah, the Ayah. Yeah. What's going on, Mr. Reggie?
Hey, how you doing? All righty. So, what can spirit do for us? What can spirit do for us?
I think all of creation is spirit in some type of form or fashion. So I like I say with the other brother just was mentioning, everything to me is spiritual as well as natural. Yeah, if you can see it, of course we know it's natural, but everything is spiritual.
Okay, everything is spiritual. Can we study how do we interact with spirituality? Is spirituality an individual thing or spirituality a group and collective thing?
It's both.
It's both. See, the problem is that I have is that you're using a word. What's the Hebrew word, by the way, of spirit? Or the Greek word, because it's
no, let me say something. I didn't mention the word spirit or spiritual. It was somebody else that did that. He was asking me a question about it.
But I listened. The only reason why I jumped in is because I was listening to you. Everything is spiritual. So spiritual is something that's not tangible. It's not it's in the reality of people's minds, but we can't interact with spirituality. We can only pray and hope and praise, but it's a one way. It's one way.
Hold on for a minute. You said spiritual. We can't. It's not tangible.
Yeah, it's not tangible.
I don't agree with that.
Okay, show me
See,
how.
I don't agree with that. Now, I'm not saying that in some cases it may not be necessarily tangible. Like say you touch your car. Say your car is black. You touch your car. It may be in some cases it may not be tangible depending on what is being spoken about, what's being talked about, or what's being thought about. But many times, something spiritual can be tangible.
Okay, so the problem with the word is the word. Are you using another word besides the Greek version of spirituality?
I don't give a care nothing about Greek version of spirituality. I'm dealing with the Torah and the Tanakh. That's it.
Right. Okay,
Okay.
so so you know the Septuagint was written in Greek. You know that the New Testament letters was written in Greek. You know that Christ most likely spoke Aramaic.
I know, but hold on. You keep bringing me into the New Testament. I don't deal with that. If you
Okay,
can, let's
that's fine.
communicate with Genesis
So
and
what is
Malachi,
the
and
Hebrew?
then we good.
So what's the Hebrew version of spirit? What's the Hebrew word for spirit? And what's the text concerning it? That's how I saw it in Car Talks concerning. What's the what Hebrew word is that you can say is spirit?
That's
Okay. So I wasn't speaking on that level, but since you mentioned that, you're welcome to go to the Hebrew lexicon or dictionary.
No, we already know, family. It's roa, right? And it means like a breath, a breath.
Yeah. Well, not just, but it just don't mean that though, yo. You can't limit that word.
But hold on real quick. Before I said it, you invited us to go elsewhere to learn about it. Now, after I said you're going to teach us about it?
No, it's not that I'm teaching about it. I'm saying that, yeah, I'm agreeing with that definition, but that's not the only definition of how it's used.
Okay, well, expound for us.
Okay, well, you already know. I mean, y'all are students, so I know y'all study. So you know the word is dealing with breath as well. It's dealing with courage. It's dealing with a lot of things. It's dealing with the mind. It's dealing with anger, air. It's dealing with wind. It's dealing with a number of things, man. Like I just said earlier,
concerning how do we interact with Roa?
I mean, we're doing it. In my opinion, we're doing it now, to some extent.
Why? By breathing?
I mean, aren't we breathing?
Okay, so the
No,
Roa.
but I'm saying not just by breathing, we're communicating.
Okay,
those.
so
Hold on,
Roa.
let me say one more thing.
But the Roa.
Let me say one more thing before you go on. We Israelites, we pray. You mentioned that earlier. So we're dealing with the Ruah. When we pray and we seeking the Most High, we seeking wisdom, we seeking knowledge, we dealing with the Ruah, or whatever y'all want to call it, every day.
Now,
okay,
I don't speak Hebrew, so it could be pronounced different, but we all know we're talking about the same term. Go right ahead, Rich.
Yeah, no doubt. I ain't tripping on that pronunciation.
So where in the Hebrew text, the Torah and the Tanakh, do humans interface with the Ruah?
Say it again. Say it one more time.
Where do humans interact with the Ruah?
Adam interacted with the Ruah, or the Most High, when he came into the garden and saying, where art thou?
I don't understand. I'm so sorry, good brother. I don't see how that's interacting with the Ruah. Just excuse me. The Ruah seems to occur. The Ruah seems to occur during creation time, and so I'm trying to figure out a text that you can draw me to that says that humans are interacting with the Ruah.
Do y'all see the screen?
I just did, but let me go back again because I don't think you picked it up. Let's go to if you go to Genesis chapter 1. Anytime a person is dealing with the Most High, or an angel, or a power of the Most High, they're dealing with the Ruach in some type of to some degree.
Now, I ain't trying to do you like this, but we looking at it. So, are you looking at the screen? I'm trying to get this ad off here. Go ad free. Oh, I gotta do that to go ad free? Nah, I pass. But can y'all see my screen? Because we got the word on the screen.
Strong
now,
7307.
So you said if we go to Genesis 1, but now they got it at Genesis 1 and 2, and it says of the deep and the spirit of God. So that at that point they're talking about, we all know they're talking about the creation. And this is not, there's no human interaction with the spirit with the Ruach or whatever this is right here at this point. And we also got to consider that it is spirit, wind, and breath. So this could simply be the wind over the water or whatever. But the next time it's used in Genesis is in the garden in the cool of day, right? And they're referring to the cool of day as the Ruach. So they talking about in the wind by the cool. But I don't. Which one? Where in Genesis is it interacting with a human?
Okay. Since I thought you can you go to that chapter then? Since you're in that book right there, can you just go to chapter 1? Genesis. Genesis
what?
Just the whole chapter.
Yeah, it started at 1, 2, but it's interlinear, so it's going to be problematic because of how I'm in the interlinear Bible. I could just click up here and probably go to the KJV.
All right, I'm gonna see if I can pull it up.
No, I got it right here. But if you,
it's when right he here. Says look, that he doesn't deal with the Hebrew, he only.
No, I didn't say that, Reggie.
Bro, he doesn't deal with the King James.
With the Greek Testament, man. Say it right. I said I don't deal with the Greek Testament, Reggie.
All right, but where's the spirit about to interact with man?
Okay, yeah. Let me just go there. Just not forget that Genesis chapter 1. It's either Genesis chapter 1 or Genesis chapter 2. Let me see. All right. If you go to Genesis chapter 1,
that's where I'm at. You see it on the screen? Oh, that's like John.
That's the Elohim Ruach.
No, this is Genesis 1, right? But why does it say John 1 right here? Because they do it over. They just giving us a reference to another one. So go ahead.
Okay, so you at Genesis 1? Which?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's the beginning of your Bible.
Not the verse 1, the whole chapter. Can you put a whole chapter up?
That is. That's the beginning. You can't see the whole chapter at once.
It says, in the beginning, God created the heaven and earth. That's the first verse of Genesis 1. That's Genesis 1:1.
Yeah. Okay. So Genesis 1, what would you like to
Genesis? Okay, so let's go to Genesis chapter 1, verse. Let's go down to. Let's see. Let's see, 6 days. Okay.
Trying to get all the humans on the earth.
Go to chapter 2. Go to chapter 2.
So we're gonna go to Genesis 2 now. All right.
Yeah.
Right here.
Because his question was, where is the Ruach dealing with, or the Spirit of God dealing with the with man?
Where is it interacting with man?
Yeah. So I'm about to show you. Because I don't know why he's asking that question, because I was not even on here. We
haven't got to get to the second part of the question because you haven't answered that. If you answered it, we'd know.
All right, hold on. So we in Genesis chapter 2. Can you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This is Genesis chapter 2 right here.
All right.
You could just say I don't know where, and so we could get to the next part of Reggie's question. If you think right here, and the Lord God formed man. How about this? And the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground and breathed into the nostrils. This breathed is going to be the Ruach word, the breath of life. So that's probably what you're looking for. Because at that point, the breath of life, if we click into the interlinear, is going to be the Ruach. And
you could use that. That's fine. We could use that too.
All right, let's use that. So let's go back to Reggie.
But so we can't say that the Ruach or the Spirit of the Most High was not, and man was not dealing with either one or one another. We can't lie like that. on the book like that.
Well, the thing is the way that we interpret this word, because they say it can mean breath, and they don't translate it as spirit. They say it was that he breathed it into them. So at that point, it would be translated as a breath. But I mean, I'm gonna defer to the other people who were speaking.
Okay, but hold on. Now watch this. So he breathed into him breath. So he breathed into him power. You can just use the word power too to make it simpler. Or force.
No, because breath don't mean you got power. You could be. There's a lot of people with breath that are powerless.
No, they do get power, or they wouldn't have any breath, sir.
You talking about power to move their body around?
If you're breathing, you got some type of form of power, even if it's not on your normal level of strength. If you're breathing, you have power. You have strength.
But that word doesn't traditionally mean power in the Hebrew. That's what I'm saying. You're expanding the semantic range of the term.
No, I'm not. It does mean that, because you got to understand, once you look it up in the Hebrew, you have to also look it up in the English.
Hold on. What so you have to look it up in the Hebrew to know what they meant when they were saying it. You feel me?
No. That's not. No. You have to understand the language you read, you know, which is English, and then if you want to see how it was being used or what word was used or how it can be used in the Hebrew, you do that as well.
Exactly. We agree. So now they tell us here on the screen.
So when I say force, so breath, how you gonna have breath and there's no force?
But I just wanted, you just trying to expound too much, because look, you were right.
I want to ask a question. Just let me ask you a question. How are you gonna breathe and be absence of force or power? That's impossible.
You could be in a vegetable state.
You still, if you got breath, you still got force though.
But you don't got power. And but furthermore,
you have power. You're just not exercising all your powers.
But you just injected power into the definition. There's no power on the screen. It says definition: spirit, wind, or breath.
Okay, look up the word spirit and wind and breath and tell me, can any of those three, since you're using those three, just only those three definitions, can any of those three be
How does humans interact, right? It's not tangible. Nothing that you said made it tangible. We know that there's a biblical story.
What's not tangible?
It's not tangible to us.
What is it?
You have a relationship with the Ruach?
I think all of us do to some extent.
No, you said I think.
Well, so I do. Yeah.
You have with the Ruach.
What race do I? So it's a personal thing now, or what's
no? No, I'm asking you, what relationship does humans have with the Ruach?
Well, the Israelites who seeking the Most High, they have a relationship with him. They have a covenant with him.
All right, that's what I'm saying. So I don't want to cut you off, Reggie, but I don't want to disagree with your theological view. I love to disagree with this historically and on the sense of history and stuff. But if you just believe it,
No, but I didn't mention the word belief at all. I don't think that's appropriate enough. You need to know. We need to know things.
All right. Well, at the point, if we're verifying things, how do you know that you can expand the range of the word ruach to mean power when the sources we look at say it only means spirit, wind, or breath?
That's not the only thing definition it means.
So show us another source that says it means power.
Life.
Huh? A source. Meaning someone scholastically, somebody who's looking over the material scholastically that agree with you.
Would you please listen to me? The same thing that you're looking up in the blue letter is, you look at the complete definition of the word ruach, you're going to see life. You're going to see all kind of other words. You're just only doing 3 definitions. It's like 10 or 12 definitions to that word.
Where are they? So here are the meanings of those definitions. So let's just be clear. The meaning: wind, breath, exaltation, life, anger, unsustainability, a region of the sky, or spirit. None of those meanings, after I did what you said, none of them said power.
Life is power.
Life is not power.
If you got life, you got power.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do.
So
You
what
just don't
type
want
of
to
power
agree.
are you talking about? You could be
Do you have
correct.
life, sir?
You could
Let
be
me ask you a question.
correct.
Just
Define
keep
what
it
type
simple.
of
Just keep it
power
simple.
you talking about.
Do you have life?
Yes.
Then you have power also.
I have limited power in this
I didn't say
world.
you had all power. I said you do have power, though.
Nah, but everybody with life don't got power. I mean, that's
Well, that's
hard
fine. I
to
mean, we
agree
can
that
agree to
that's what the
disagree on it.
meaning of this is. You see what I'm
Okay,
saying?
if you say you don't have power, that's fine. You say life don't mean power, that's fine. We can go on. I just answered his questions, though. I didn't avoid him. So I don't even know why you asked me that.
I don't know, but
So,
I think power can be had with or without life, like right? Because a force that moves something you would call power, right?
if you got life, you can move something, can't you?
Yeah, I feel you.
Okay.
All right,
I mean,
whatever.
yeah, we don't have to be. I mean, I don't. I'm not trying to be. We're not. I'm not a physicist or nothing like that. I'm not trying to be a physicist or have a. I don't got no degree in physics and stuff like that.
I feel you, Aya. Let me
Yeah.
ask you this, because you chose a spirituality system that's not in Africa. How did
No, I
you
didn't.
determine that
No, I
you were
didn't.
here? Let me
Wait a minute.
finish,
Hold on.
brother. That way you can give a good answer and
Right
know what
here
my
in usage, it says it conveys the idea of life, power, and divine presence. So let's give that to the brother.
right. He got that part. So
I
you're
won't give him
okay.
anything.
Well, don't
So
give it to me. Just give
Because
it. Give
that's
it to the truth.
biblical.
Hold on. Give it to
That's
the truth, Reggie.
religious and biblical. I want tangible outside of the biblical narrative.
Okay, but brother Reggie, I mean, Mr. Reggie, you talking, so that's proof you got power. How are you gonna talk with no power, man? Come on, man.
No, because in biology and chemistry, right? Abiogenesis, evolution, I'm a human being, right? Has nothing to do with God nor spirit.
Okay,
Nothing.
well that's what you say, but that ain't what the books that I'm studying say. So I mean, that's fine. You can say that if you want to.
All
You're free
right,
to
well
say that.
let me go. I
let,
want to go further along to move the
let,
conversation forward. Suppose
so
we agreed that we were all Jews, Hebrews, right? What's the outcome of this? Is a biblical prophecy that we waiting on, huh? We
That's a
gonna
good
get
question.
some reward?
That's a good question. First of all, it's not wise for everybody to say that they're Jews or Israelites because they might not be. But the ones who say it and it comes out to be that's the case, then they have an inheritance. So a lot of this is about inheritance rights and privileges and covenant and contracts that was given to the Israelites. So it's about the material as well as the spiritual.
And
so
who are these
let
Everybody
me
wants
ask,
covenants? Just to be
because brother
clear,
man,
I know, and I know you know, but I just want to be clear to put it on the record. Who were these covenants given to the Israelites by?
by the well to keep it in harmony with kind of like what Reggie was asking by the Ruach.
Oh, not by God?
Yeah, by the creator.
so he's calling the creator the Ruach. My question would be with your spirituality and your location. Um, you went out of Africa where you descend from all the way to Israel to pick up a spiritual system. What would make you go over there to do that as opposed to your home ground?
Okay, so I talked to you before. And that's cool. You're a funny brother. Listen, ask that question again, man, so I can make sure I heard you right.
Absolutely. So when you picked up your spiritual system, you left Africa to do it, but your home base is Africa. Why would you go outside of Africa? And so late in history, because Israel doesn't come around for a while, to pick up a
Okay,
spiritual system.
okay. You say they left out of Africa. Okay, before they was in Africa, before Joseph and them was in Africa, they were in Canaan. So that's incorrect. Their spiritual system, they got it before they
So
went to
a
Africa.
Canaanite?
What's that now?
Are you a Canaanite?
No. I'm saying
So
that
you can't say Joseph was a Canaanite because you don't have any DNA for him or any
no.
actual lineage for him. So why
No.
would you mention Canaan, brother?
I'm responding to your question. Sorry. The spiritual system that Abraham had, he got it way before he went to Egypt. So you made a. I'm just trying to correct you. You're making either a false statement or you just don't know exactly
But
what you're
are you
saying.
talking
You know
about
you got a red
Abraham?
herring.
Sorry,
You're
are you talking
assuming
about Abraham or the brother?
he said Joseph, then he went to Abraham. He said both of them are Canaanite right now. So now he's got a
No,
red herring. He's got to
no,
kind of
no,
explain.
no. Joseph was born in if I'm not mistaken, he was born in Canaan. He was not born in Egypt, sir. So I'm not wrong,
We
man.
know he was born in Egypt. I'm just saying, where did you get him as a Canaanite? And if you're not a Canaanite, why would you be claiming that spirituality system and trying to connect the two?
I never said he was a Canaanite.
You just told us that.
No, I did not. You didn't hear me say that.
Okay,
I said
restate
he
what
was
you said.
born. I said he got his spirituality. They got their spirituality before they went into Egypt. But you was trying to assume or assert that they got their spirituality in Egypt and then they left Egypt.
So well,
who
let me.
is the God that?
I just, if you don't mind, I want to interject real quick because earlier we was talking about how to understand allegory, and it seems that you're literal about the story of Abraham. You think Abraham is a literal, real story?
Thank you, man. We getting back on that what you was talking about earlier. Okay, yeah. Abraham is a literal story. That's not just because allegory can actually be literal or figuratively. Some people don't know that, but no, that's a literal story.
All right, but everybody on the panel got enough studies to know that you have no evidence of that. You have no, like, how could you say that so definitively when all biblical scholars have found no evidence of an Abraham?
Bro, they got the Pope on the internet saying this is Esau's tomb. So I'm just using this as an example. We can talk about it deeper later. But if Esau's tomb is real, then if Esau is real, Jacob is real. I mean, you can't really.
Nah, that don't work like that.
Whoa.
Okay, I got you, but you got to look at.
But feel me, let's go slow, because you went
Okay.
to Esau, but then in using Esau, you said if Esau is real, Jacob is real, and we're talking about Abraham.
Okay, so but you can't have Esau and Jacob without Abraham, sir.
No,
That's like saying how you gonna be here and your parents.
That's similar to me saying you can't have Wolverine and Cyclops without Professor X. Yes, that's chronological in the story, but I'm asking you to prove that Professor X is a real individual.
Okay, so Abraham, they got the Sarah was married to Abraham. She has a burial site, and Abraham was, if I'm not mistaken, was buried in that same area that his wife was. So I mean, if you want to go on archaeological stuff, listen, I'm way here in America. I can't go there and show you those burial sites of nobody. So I ain't even trying to profess to be like that or doing that. I'm right here in America.
But you know what? It don't just be archaeological sites. That's true. It is within archaeology, but they don't just go off like they also could look at historical text. Like you can look at text and other things. You can say, okay, we ain't found this body, but here go a stela with his name on it, or here goes something, here go anything. But saying, I mean, now I accept the story of Abraham as an allegory, but if you're trying to say that that was like facts, then you're gonna have a hard time proving it.
No, I'm not, because this people has already proven certain artifacts about Israel and the ancient Israelites. So no, I don't have to do that. That's like me trying to reinvent the wheel over again. No, it's people already done those.
Well, then all you would have to do is show us. But notice how every time you rebuttal, you switch. You said Israel. I'm talking about Abraham. So are there people that have archaeological attestations that prove Abraham the progenitor of the whole everything? Because if he fall down, everything fall down.
I got you, which means you're going which means you're trying to kill. If you're trying to say Abraham's not real, then Ishmael's not real, and all the Arabians are liars about their ancestor being also related to Abraham. So, and then not only that,
a person who humbly follows the allegory, you can't call him a liar. If they saying it's real, like you saying it's real, see, that's the difference between literalists and those who just take it for the good information that's in it.
I don't know no scholar of Islam do not say Abraham is not a literal person. I don't know none, but
so
it might be out there.
Cite one that does say he's a literal person.
I don't know none that don't. So I can't cite. So
do you
all
know
of them,
one that does?
I don't know anyone that don't.
See, that's what I'm trying to say. But if you don't know one that does, how relevant is the point you make?
I know. I'm telling you, so far as I know, all of them do. So if you're gonna knock the Israelites claiming that Abraham is real, then you have to knock all the Arab or Muslims who say the same thing.
Suppose that is mandated in this scrutiny. Like, I don't mind knocking them too. I'm just saying, if your strong point is that, I would have to also possibly, hopefully not offend some other people about the truth of Abraham. Is that your truth? Is that the reason why he's real?
Nah, that's not my reason. I'm just saying, if you're going to try to say that Abraham is not real, then you have to tell the Muslim world, as well as the Jews and the Israelites, or the Jewish people, and then the real Jews, and then the real Israelites.
So if I tell my son,
not only that, then you got to say the Christians. All the Christians are.
So if I tell
wrong.
my daughter Santa Claus is not real, I might have to tell all the Girl Scouts, and then the Christian church school, all the girl, that's what you're implying basically. But it's not. It's not changing the fact of whether Santa Claus was real or not. You just talk about who else I would have to disappoint.
No, you ain't disappointed because look, you got to understand. This is what I said earlier on the comment. I said you mentioned and when you were doing that interview, you mentioned the Greeks. You mentioned the Egyptians, but then you don't want to mention that all those folks are real, but you don't want to mention that the Israelites are real.
Well, here's the thing. In my interview, I mentioned the first attestation we ever got in history mentioning the Israel, and it doesn't line up with anything. Literally, it don't line up with nothing with the Bible. At the time that they're mentioned, they mention other places that are states like Syria, and they use this hieroglyph to indicate that they are a land. But when they talk about Israel, they just put two people behind it with these three strokes of plurality. And so I did say that, we all know at a certain time after the story comes out, then you can find characters in the Bible that are historical. But when we get to the root of the story, being the progenitor, a man that God came to at 99 years old, supposedly, and told him to walk at 99 years old to Egypt in the desert, I don't know how we imagine these things to be other than allegory.
Okay, so now you just going on with your faith. You just don't accept. You either don't accept it, or you don't accept the fact that these historical accounts that's mentioned in the scriptures, you just don't accept that they're true. That's
history.
fine.
We need extra biblical sources to verify what you are saying. So the problem is you're in the book and we're in history, archaeology, science, anthropology.
Show me. Okay, Reggie.
Have that.
Let me show you.
No, that's not true, Reggie. Reggie, you're not telling the truth, because you got people, you got scholars. I'm just not going to mention them.
Name one.
Hold on, let me finish. I don't need them. But if you want to know, that's something that you have to do on a personal level.
Listen, I do research, and I'm really good at what I do. What I'm asking you, I'm not asking the scholars, that the invisible friends you have as scholars. I'm asking you, right? Your evidence, because otherwise they smash. Do you have any other topics? Because I can't.
I know. See, that's what y'all do. That's what you want to do, because you want to say what you want to say.
Because I'm talking to a living person, and you're a believer, a convert.
No, I didn't even mention the word believe. I didn't mention the word believe.
Can I ask you a question? Can everybody just chill? Where your Yahweh? Where is he from?
First of all, I don't call him Yahweh.
I don't care. Your what do you call him? Jehovah?
The creator, the one in Genesis.
No. In the book, his name is the Lord.
I just said Genesis 1:1. You said the book. I just said it before you said the book.
In the book, he's the Lord. He's Yahweh, and there's another word. I forgot the other word.
No, you're talking about English, bro. Listen, Reggie, I'm not stupid, bro.
I'm not saying that you're stupid. You don't have to bring that in.
Okay,
I'm
so
not
go to
saying that you stupid.
yeah,
Ask
but
your
you're talking to me
question.
like I know,
Lord
but
Yahweh, not El.
Nah. He ain't talking to you like you stupid. But if you feel
okay,
that
but so
way,
no
we gonna
problem,
try to
no
make
problem. So go
sure
to
that
Genesis
don't
1 and
happen.
1.
Yeah.
He asked me who is my God or something, or who do I believe in? Genesis 1 and 1. It
Okay.
tells you.
Nah,
Who is
you're not
Genesis
really.
1:1?
You avoiding his question. He's asking you a direct question. What's the what in the book? What's the name of that God? Not the action, not the epithet like creator. What's the name of that deity in the book?
Okay, his name is I am.
So
Not in
that's not a real
That's
Genesis.
name.
English.
Not
That's
in
not a real
Genesis.
name.
Not
Not
in
only
Genesis.
that,
You lying to
No,
us.
wait a minute,
yeah,
don't criticize me. He
I'm
asked me
gonna
what I say. He asked me what I say the name is.
right, but what you said the name is not an actual name.
Okay.
It just says who he is stated as a being. And number two, you've already
Well, that's
lied
what
to
you
us
say, but he
because
asked
no, that's the
me.
facts.
So if
Because
he
I
asked you,
am is
that would
not
be
a
your
name,
answer. Hold
not
on. But
even a
if he
name
asked,
in
but
Hebrew.
hold on, if he asked
Problem
you,
for you is
but hold
this.
on, Asar.
No,
If
because
he
I'm not
asked
done.
you,
I'm not done.
I know,
So
but you
I'm
can't
not
tell
Yeah,
done.
you
me.
gotta
You
let
can't
him
tell me my
finish,
answer.
family.
I'm
Let
not
him
done.
finish. Let him
You
finish.
sit back, young brother. Now, we asked you a question earlier. We said, is Abraham a Canaanite? This is proof that Reggie and them just said you fibbing and you fibbing. You said he was a Canaanite. But
I never
Abraham was
never
born
said
in
that. When you
Chaldea and
rewind, I
Mesopotamia
never said he
in
was
the
a
city
Canaanite.
of Ur. He was born in
Abraham was
Ur.
not a
That's
Canaanite. I
so
never
you've
told you that.
already messed that up. Secondly, you
But you
said
lying, man.
no,
If you
you
want to
lied.
lie,
He
okay,
said he
Got
if
your
didn't
you
own
want to
say
lie,
that.
then you
Real
lie by
quick, let me
yourself.
moderate because it get out of hand. So he's
Then you
saying he
lying
didn't
though, man.
say
I
that.
never told him.
I kind of remember him saying somebody was a Canaanite, but I don't know if
He
it was
did.
Abraham. I can't
No,
say
I said
that.
he lived.
He
I said
said
they lived in
Abraham
the
was a
land.
Canaanite,
No, I
and you
did not. I
said
said,
that Joseph was a Canaanite.
okay, well, look, man,
Abraham was
I don't
born
got
in
time.
Ur of the
I'm not
Chaldeans,
about to combat all your lies,
All right, but
bro.
look. In order, so what's your this? I want you to get your ultimate point off, and then we gonna move on. Tell us something
I mean, I
about us
already
being.
did.
Yeah,
I mean, we did earlier.
for the
I'm just saying,
listeners,
but
Joe, just for the listeners of the show, let us know something about us being the Black Hebrews, and then we'll say our closing words on it, and then we'll move to the next point.
but Smash Rockwell. I never said that black people are Israelites. See, I never even came on there and said nothing
Okay,
like
well,
that.
let us know what you are saying. That's what I'm saying. Let us know your standpoint.
Well, when you was mentioning the Egyptians, and how you was just talking about how you study, and you was like, hey man, we talking about hieroglyphs. Well, somebody need to know how to read it or understand it, right?
Yeah.
So, and that's beautiful. All that was beautiful, right? You know your skills, your dedication, and all that. So I'm like, okay, well, he's mentioning the Egyptians, he's mentioning the Greeks, but they all lived. All those folks was living close to one another, and sometimes within the same region as the Israelites. So I don't see why people got a problem with Israelites being real, but yet Egyptians and Greeks are real.
No, because
I
when we read those texts, so if you go read an ancient, show me an ancient Greek text talking about Israelites.
You know what? I don't necessarily expect an ancient Greek text or ancient Egyptian text talking about Israelites
Well, that's
because
what I'm saying.
Hold on, let me respond. I'm almost done. So that's their history. But when you read the Israelite histories, they're going to talk about their history. So I don't expect you to write about my history when I can write about my own history. I don't need you to write about my history.
I hear what you're saying, but then when we go back and look for those texts, we're absent of them. And so what we find is the first mention of Israel being on the Mar Patah stela, and the second one being on like the Mishnah stela or something like that, right?
You didn't hear what I just said.
Yes.
You don't supposed to go to another race and expect for them to dot every I and crossing every T on your history.
But
so hold on. So if you want to know about Israelite histories, you're supposed to go to an Israelite text, right? To understand to know about Israelite history. You don't supposed to be trying to go to no second. Hold on, let me just say this.
But we're absent of those texts, bro. That's what we're saying the whole time. I said it earlier. They don't just use archaeology. They also use text. And if they don't got no text from Abraham time written in no Hebrew.
Well, watch this. He just said we should go to another culture to do it. And so when I asked you in the beginning, why did you leave Africa to find yourself? Knowing your lineage leads to Africa, what made you go to Israel to find your spirituality? Talk to us.
Okay, so I'm gonna finish that I was saying because sorry, you trying to throw me off, man. I ain't got time for you to be doing that.
We ain't got time for this craziness you
Listen,
proposing,
I'm
but
sorry.
we entertaining.
Again, let me just answer some of your points. I mean, comment on some of this. First, you lied and said I said Abraham is a Canaanite. Abraham was called a Hebrew. First of all, in one particular instance in the King James version, he never is called. He's not a Canaanite, even though he lived in the land of Canaan. Man,
did
Abraham? All right, that's cool. We're gonna move on. So let's say,
okay. So let me.
But I'm gonna let y'all get y'all bars off.
All these sellers, all these
hold
artifacts.
on. Just real quick, family. I would like you to say your closing statements on the words and get everything you need the people to know off. You got the floor.
Oh, I'm not trying to say that the people need to know anything. I mean, okay, let me say this. At the end of the day, whether people want to acknowledge Israelites being a real human people or genetically and blood real people, then that's up to them. But at the end of the day, we all need to keep the 10 commandments of the Most High. That's going to make everybody do better and live better and prosper more and be more successful in life. Keeping the 10 commandments as a start.
We can find those in the 42 laws.
Yeah, what if it was more than 10? What if it was more than 10 and y'all, what if we say, are you leaving off about 32 that you need to be following?
I said, notice you said my statement. I said, as a start, if we fundamentally as people or in the whole earth, not just Israelites, keep the 10 commandments, life will be a lot better on this earth.
I ain't trying to disagree with that, and that's good closing statements on your words. I appreciate you for chiming in, and you don't need to go nowhere, but I just want to move on with the subject matter. Word up. I want to give Brother Reggie the floor, and then we're going to review this due diligence video after Reggie and Asar get their bars off. You got the floor, Reggie.
There is a problem with people who read the Bible and take things literally, and then the things that are literal in the Bible, they avoid, right? Case in point, share my screen. Case in point, oh, screen sharing is not. Okay. Okay, so I'll start here. This is a longer lecture that we will be working on, I promise, because it's going to destroy and make people look really bad. So, okay. Let's start with the Midianites. The Midianites are ancient people who purchased Joseph from his brothers and sold him into slavery. So that means in Midian, right, his brothers sold Joseph to the Midianite people, and then later, of course, you have Moses fleeing to Midian. Where is Midian?
It looked like it's on the sign. Is that Arabia?
Huh?
Oh, okay.
Syria.
I don't understand.
I can't really see. Is that the Sinai Peninsula or not?
Right. So Midian is in Saudi Arabia.
Oh, it's in Saudi Arabia. Okay.
So Joseph's people were not in Canaan. They found themselves in Midian. And then Joseph was transported to Egypt, right? So this place of Midian that Joseph is transported to is in Saudi Arabia. So if we go to biblical places, let's go find the biblical places. So Midian is over here. I'm not going to be long because this just bothers me. So Joseph was sold into slavery to Egypt. Egypt is all the way over here. So it seems like the people that you want to call Israelites are actually Saudi Arabians. And worse, Moses trucks all the way over here down through the Cushitic Empire, right? Or finds his way fleeing to Pharaoh back to Midian. Midian is where Jethro directs him to the mount, and that's where Moses meets the burning bush and the burning bush and and God in the mountain. That's happening in Saudi Arabia. Your people, which you do not know, are Saudi Arabians until they organized and defeated these groups of people along the way, Edom, Moab, right? The Amorites, and crossed over to Canaan. Then in Canaan, there is a god called El, and there's a pantheon, right? And in this pantheon, right? Midian, Yahweh, whatever you want to call him, because you want to say God, but God is El, Elohim. And Yahweh is the Lord. And he's stuck over here until he needs instruments. Somebody needs to pack his ass up, put him in a genie bottle, and transport his ass to Canaan. So the Joseph story really doesn't start where you think it starts. I don't know where you think it starts, but the Joseph story starts in Midian before he gets to Egypt as so-called a slave. Moses comes back, runs his ass to Midian. This is a big truck, talks to Yahweh in the mountain, and then and then the story of Joshua is that he goes and he conquers all these territories. But then we have real history, like the Meshe Stone, where you have Chemosh, their god, right? In over here around Petra, right? Fighting the Israelites. The Israelites are Saudi Arabians, sir. The Israelites are Saudi Arabians, sir. And when they packed that God up in Yahweh, the storm god, put his ass in a bottle, walked his ass using humans to fight, he finds himself in Canaan.
Let me ask you a question. Was that before or after Moses met Yahweh on Mount Sinai?
This is exactly where is Mount Sinai?
Well, no, that'll be to the left a little bit.
No. This Mount Sinai has a question mark.
It's different.
The Jethro is in Midian, and he tells him about the mountain, and so this mount is next to Midian.
Reg, can I add something or interject or ask a question?
Peace, how are you?
Peace, what's going on? It's Patah.
Yeah, thanks.
So in my research,
go ahead.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Who's speaking, by the way? I can't.
That's Patah.
Shazmu, Patah.
Oh, Shemsu. Hey, what's going on?
Yeah, what's happening with you? So in my research years ago, and I know exactly where you're at, but mine was a little bit different through the story, when Moses ran from supposedly the Pharaoh, right, of Kemet. He went south, right? Mm-hmm. And it seemed like when he met Jethro's daughter, Zipporah, that was in the south, like going towards Nubia or going towards the Kishites. The Midianites kind of, like you say, in the southern west horn of Saudi Arabia, I think, because he left that priesthood and came over into Africa, across that horn, if I'm not mistaken. And then he began to, teach Moses, not to get on a religious thing. And then Moses came back. But do you know that Moses and those peoples that got kicked out of Kemet ended up killing the Midianites, who, like you said, Joseph was sold to a Midianite, exterminating their children and men. And like you said, he took the admonitions of Ma'at, those 10 commandments, and Jethro or Ruah, he taught Moses how to sit down, because Moses was trying to judge the whole tribe himself, however many it was, millions or less or whatever.
Uh-oh.
And he said divided into these kings. He was teaching them. He said, look, you got to take care of your responsibility. You got to take your daughter, your wife, and your child. And remember, his child decided to get circumcised. But anyway, I'm gonna leave it alone. Y'all can read that, but I just wanted to
Right, but
interject that.
I'm not
real quick.
So I'm not disagreeing with anything that you say, but where I started was Joseph was sold in Midian, right? And
To the Midianites. He was actually in where they threw him in that well when because he had the coat of many colors.
Okay. All you gotta do is read.
So the
Go
Midianites.
to Genesis 37.
So the Midianites in
That's
history.
wrong. You're
Right,
wrong.
one at
You're
a time,
wrong.
please, gentlemen. One at a time. Go ahead, Reggie.
Where's his receipts? He don't got no receipts. He just talking out the top of his head.
He got
If you go to-
receipts?
if
He,
you
hold on.
right there,
I need to
Genesis
moderate. He
37,
says you don't have any receipts. You're just talking out the side of your neck. What would his
Genesis
receipts have to
37,
be?
Genesis 37, Joseph was in Canaan. It tells you that right there. And then his brother sold him to the Ishmaelites. He does not know what he's talking about. He don't even know the text, but he's trying to speak on it.
He sold him to who? Read that.
Well, hold on, my brother, real quick.
Genesis 37. Genesis
Real quick,
37.
is another
Midianites.
Dr. Ruth has joined us. I'm gonna give you your free time to talk. Just give me 1 second. I want to address what's going on right now. Aya, you is discrediting him, but he has biblical archaeology report on the screen. Hold on, go back, Reggie. And it's saying what he's saying. Look, read what it says. Midianites.
Egyptians purchased him.
These are the ancient people who purchased Joseph. So you are the one not showing the sources, and you blaming other people for not doing that.
That's not true, Rockwell. Before the Mennonites got him, he was sold to the Israelites first. He's out of order.
He's not out of order. He's simply reading what it shows on the screen, bro.
He has no receipts for that. That's not true.
I just told you Genesis 37. It tells you where Joseph was, and he was first sold to the Ishmaelites.
Pull up Genesis.
No, you're wrong. Because look at this.
Read Genesis 37, and I'm not lying.
Just please, 1 second, then we're going to go to Dr. Ruth. Look what it says. These are the ancient people who purchased Joseph from his brothers and then sold him into slavery in Genesis 37. See?
No, that's not correct. That's not correct.
All right, well, all right, thank you. We're going to come back to you, and we got a new person, Dr. Ruth, want to contribute. Peace to Dr. Ruth. Hopefully, you are a doctor ready to contribute. What's going on?
Yeah, peace and blessings, man. Much respect to Smash, man. Your music is fire, by the way.
Appreciate you, family.
Much respect to Dr. Reggie. I've learned so much from we call him Dr. Reggie, right? You know what I'm saying?
I'm Brother Reggie.
I know you prefer that, but so I'm gonna call you by your preferred name, Brother Reggie. The point that the other brother was trying to make, just as a slight adjustment to your contribution, is that they were in Shechem, right? It's also known as Nablus, and from Shechem, Midianites. Doesn't mean that he was necessarily in Midian, right? But from Shechem, he went to find his brothers where they were gathering in the field. They put them in a well, and then these merchantmen, who we're calling Midianites, that's who they sold them to. So it doesn't mean that they were in Midian. It literally says they were in Shechem. He went from Shechem to where his brothers were by that Jacob's well, and then they went and sold them supposedly into Kemet.
Genesis 37, verse 14 is what our brother's quoting, God.
Okay, so one of the things that we can do is that we can look at the Median, them as a confederation, and see them as the Sheshu of Yahweh, right? We can actually see them as the Sheshu of Yahweh, and I'll put up another map, right? I certainly don't think that you are wrong about what you're saying, but there's other parts to this that I'm leaving on the cutting room right now as far as history. So
don't show your whole head, Rich.
Here's Shechem. Thank you. Here's Shechem, right? So these groups, okay, so the Midianites or down here. So Midianites seem to be in Shechem, but they're Midianites, right? So
Yes, they're traders. They go all over. Just to add.
we could call them the Sheshu of Yahweh because we have actually history of them, right? So I think I was corrected on that by the doctor, right? That where this happened was in Shechem, but these groups of people are in fact the Midianites, right? Which I think is the Shashu of Yahweh. What I'm trying to get to is the fact that when I was asking him originally question, these gods El and Yahweh, El is in Canaan, Yahweh is in this region, right? Is in this region, and then we have the further Moses story where God meets this God, this Lord, in a burning bush in Midian, right? So this is where this is happening right here.
Correct. Yeah, that's correct.
So Doc, do I have am I right about that?
Absolutely. And just to add on that, the Midianites are descendants from the biblical narrative, right? Not to be historic. The Midianites are descendants of Abraham. So before you fast forward to Moses' narrative, these Midianites come from Abraham's other consort.
Oh, you know you done messed up, don't you?
No, because
you was doing good, doctor.
I'm just speaking from the biblical.
You helpful.
Because my brother Ayal got a little perplexed when we asked him to substantiate the existence of Abraham with something other than with extra biblical sources. You got extra biblical sources that can prove Abraham was real?
No, I'm not here to do that. I'm just doing redress to the account of that. But I can. I mean, there are people who assert, as you know, there are many different assertions or whatever of history. So you've heard of, because I know Kemet is definitely where you guys are extremely powerful. There's a pharaoh named Shishak. Shishak the first.
Yeah, he's a Libyan. He's a Libyan. He comes from Meshwesh.
Okay, so he's not actually a native of Kemet.
Oh no.
Okay.
Oh no. He's in.
But let me add this real quick to Dr. Ruth.
Tablet. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Finish your thought.
There is a tablet, or an inscription rather, not a tablet. There's an inscription known as the Victory Inscription of Shishonk.
Yes.
And they do make mention to an Abram, not Abraham.
Nah, bro. In what language?
Nice.
Yeah, and if you want to put them in the Sheshonk time period, so the Sheshonk.
No, it's not putting them in the time period. So events happen, then we write about them, right? So it's not saying that he existed in that. And once again, I'm not here to defend the
I feel you. And I like your demeanor, so I don't want to press you too hard. But I'm gonna ask the simple question: what language was Abram's name written in?
Okay, well, what is that? What is that victory inscription? What language is that?
The victory inscription of is in Medu Neter.
Okay, so that means it would be written in Medu Neter.
So what we have a problem is that we have lots of problems. It's like the problem is, for example, Nimrod. Nimrod is written in the
cuneiform.
No, Pianki. Pianki. There's a Nimrod in Pianki, right?
Oh.
So the problem is in cuneiform, we have gods in cuneiform, but we don't have these people. We have kings. We have kings in cuneiform, but very rarely do we have actual people. So it's not really useful there. But getting back to this,
But real quick, Reggie, I wanted to add on. Where you have your cursor at on Midian,
Yes.
In the text, if you recall, I wish you could move that map up a little bit. Now, and if you're talking about Moses being over by the Nile River and him traveling all the way over to Midian, but you got to remember, Ruel or Jethro left the Midianite priesthood and moved. And it is my contention that he moved southwestward. And I think he went on to the continent of Africa because Moses, if he went south, he met upon him. And that mountain that he went upon might have been, I'm interjecting that it may have been the first mountain that he saw, the burning bush, may have been in Africa, the mountain of the moon, or a mountain in Africa. And then he
Well,
went back.
you can conjecture that. You can conject that, and but the problem is it says that Moses went to Midian. It didn't say he went.
Does it?
Yeah,
it said he went to Midian, and then there's a mountain next to Midian that he pointed to. It wouldn't have been across the this Gulf of Aqaba, right? It would have been in this territory.
But that ain't the mountain of the Ten Commandments.
Say what?
No,
that's not the same mountain.
That is the mountain of the Ten Commandments.
Mount Horeb.
You're gonna have to go further west, I would assume, Brother Reggie.
No, see, that's the problem. Okay, so let me explain this. The routes that the so-called Israelites would have taken, right, would have been somewhere across the parting of the reeds, probably over here, right? Probably over here, and then they find themselves. When they find themselves in the wilderness, they find themselves not in the wilderness here. They find themselves
You just teleported over a whole big ass mountain.
So just to point on this, there are 3 scholastic reviews of what they call the Red Sea crossing, or the Yam Suf. Yeah, right. And so some even say it's those small lakes up at the top. The problem would be, of course, is he told them not to take in the tech Bible. It says he told them not to take the way of Canaan. So that rules out that they had for a long time.
All right, so he's not. So this area over here. So no, Smash. I didn't teleport. I didn't. I'm not really presenting. I'm just teasing this out.
Well, let me just deal with this real quick. When you said they might have went through the reeds, were you saying it would not be this water area right here?
You're talking about Sakuf?
No. So not as far up. I'm talking about the traditional story before, when they finally figured out it might have been the Sea of Reeds he went through.
As opposed to the
Wouldn't that be up at the top of the Red Sea, towards the top of the Red Sea?
Right. So they would have been.
So I'm saying you keep going. So just go east of the Red Sea, and you right in. They could not avoid being in the Sinai Peninsula. There's no way around it.
Here's the problem, Smash. If they would have went over here into the Sinai area, they would have ran into Egyptian forces. They would have ran it right into the belly of the beast.
So they did, and that's kind of, but that's kind of like what the authors of the Bible didn't know, that Hathor and them had temples up there. But we find out in archaeology how this golden calf becomes a thing, because in the area where they were supposedly manifesting the golden calf, we find big ass temples to Hathor, but I don't want to inject too much. I'm just simply saying.
You're correct about smashes. So that's one of the main reasons that they couldn't take that northern route. Is because they have all kinds of
vassals, right? So the problem is what happens is that now when Joshua now is definitely in Midian. Am I right or wrong?
So Joshua is dealing with Canaan.
Wait, first before that,
he went through north. He went through the north. And if they're kicking him out,
first he fights. First they kill Midian. They go in. I'm talking.
You're right.
They kill Midian. Let me talk. They're in Midian. The Israelites find themselves in this wilderness over here. They fight Midian. Then they come up over here, right? And then they fight Edom. They bust up Edom. So the Israelites are in Saudi Arabia. And then the Meshe Stela is over here where Moab. So then they go over here, and the Moab says that they're fighting the Israelites. Chemosh is fighting the Israelites from the south. But ultimately, the Israelites win, and then they make them way into the promised land in Jordan, right? In Jordan. So the Israelites find themselves, they're in Midian, effing up the Midians. They kill
They were
them.
marrying them and intermingling with them. And then when that thing about the spear going through both the one that was, the woman and the man.
Javelin,
spear, yeah, to stop the pestilence, supposedly, or whatever.
That was,
but yeah, I'm with you, Reggie.
Can we agree that they F up the Midian? Why would you even? Why are you talking about this stuff like it's literal?
Yeah, we
You're talking
definitely
about this
agree
stuff
on
like it's
that.
literal, but you're saying it's allegory.
Because what
Why would you do that?
Reggie recognizes some parts are his
The land is, the lands are.
One at a time. I want to hear from the person who questioned it being literal. You were in the background, so we could hear from you.
He said he keeps saying, or people keep saying that Abraham and the Israelites is allegorical, but yet you're dealing with a map which is real, which is literal. So you're speaking as if it's literal.
It's only acceptable allegorically. We're trying to qualify it literally for you.
Right.
Like,
brother,
and we're trying to see how it could have actually. Go right ahead.
Hold on.
I didn't mean
you
to
trying to qualify it literally for me?
No, he's giving you a real map, right? So, and using the places that the Bible is saying that these events took place, and he's measuring it. Okay, so how did they end up over here? What Reggie is trying to share with you is the geography of Midian in proximity to the continent of Africa and the place that we call today.
Oh, yeah, I get that. What I'm saying is, but that would be, I wouldn't do nothing like that. If I'm saying to somebody this stuff is allegorical and that is basically, it ain't, basically what they're saying is, they think they slick. People think they slick when they say it's allegorical. They're basically saying it's not real. These people are not real.
I'm
So
sorry to do this.
That's what allegorical.
Doctor, let me show him how we could do them dirty.
I don't want to.
One at a time, gentlemen, please. Let's hear from Asar after we got to let the brother finish his statement. Dr. Ruth, then let's hear from Asar. If y'all don't mind. Dr. Ruth, you want to finish it?
Yeah, so this is Reggie can defend himself, but at injury of attempting to, all he's saying here is not that, because Reggie is on different, even though they agree from the perspective of the Kemetic history. Reggie doesn't necessarily, and you can confirm or reject this. Reggie's not saying there's not a people who does not emerge to proclaim this history at some point in time.
I'm not saying
those people who did emerge. This is the narrative of the regions in which they occupied. So if you go back far enough, what Smash is saying is, well, who is Abraham, and confirm he existed. So that's two different things, and saying we're going to dismiss the entire history.
I'm with that, bro. And that's how I teach it, honestly. Basically, I say it simpler, like after the story came out, people did choose who they was in the story, and those people existed. But that don't mean that the progenitors of the story actually were actual real individuals.
Right. Such as the army of Amun, which Amun is not a person, but he's the god, and his mythos goes according to the wars that he had, things of that nature. We could easily just go in and say, look, where there's supposedly wilderness, you don't have any artifacts to show that you actually existed there long enough to say that you wandered there for 40 years, which most of your archaeologists tell you. So we could easily sum you up like that. We just don't do it. We're entertaining you, as I told you before. Now, Doctor, I have a quick question for you.
Y'all tripping. Y'all just cut me off, man.
You're cutting me off right now. So
I was
we're gonna come right back to you. After him, we're gonna come right back to you.
Real quick for a second. Yeah. So, Doctor, the brother tried to say that Abraham was a Canaanite. Can you tell us where he's from so that we can continue with Saber Reggie's breakdown?
Your brother, don't lie on me, man.
The Bible
I
says.
ain't never said Abraham was a Canaanite.
Brother, it's not your turn. Wait a minute.
Well, don't lie. It's always my turn if you lying
Video.
on me.
You
It's
on
gonna always be
video.
my
Okay.
turn.
Hey, listen. Hey,
You on video,
Smash,
brother.
You
Saw,
can't be lying on
Doctor.
people like that,
I will
man.
catch up later. We had some fun. I would have liked to finish this, but it's just too much back and forth. But
Well, it's always like that. So just chill for a minute and
Hold tight, Sable.
grab a Pepsi,
Yeah,
but
hold
don't go
on.
nowhere,
Pepsi
man.
got
Don't
something
go
for you.
nowhere.
You next, Reggie.
You know what I do when that happens? I just turn my camera off for a minute so I can relieve myself. Then come back, but don't leave us unless you have to. But let the brothers continue, and we can move on to the next subject.
So, Dr. Ruth, where is Abraham from?
Where is his ancestry, or where is
he from?
The Bible proclaims that the person who we're referring to as Abraham is from the Ur Chaldees, which would be the region of Mesopotamia, Sumer.
Oh, is that different than Canaan?
Yes.
Okay. Sable Reggie?
No, I tried to bring in some history with the Shashu of Yahweh, right? Who we have documentation of, which we know these groups of people came roughly from Edom, right? What my whole point of it is that once you look at the geography and look at the places, you find that these places are not in Canaan. In the early part, Moses never made it to Canaan, right? He never made it to Canaan. These groups of Israelites are here. Now they have a narrative that that they're somehow enslaved in Egypt, and they get back to they cross this wilderness, but this wilderness is not the wilderness that they spent the 40 years in, right? It's more like this area because they end up fighting Midian and destroying Midian, right? For some petty ass reason, right? And then they march not this route. They're not marching this route. People think that they're marching this route. They're not marching. This is a whole nother God over here. This is El and his.
You're not sharing. You're not sharing.
Sorry, thank you. Sorry. So let's go back over here. Thank you so much. Right. So when you put it on geography, right, the Israelites didn't go this route. They didn't go this route. Sorry. They didn't go this route. They were always.
Bible says they didn't go that route, by the way.
Right. Say what?
The Bible says that they didn't take that route.
Right. Thank you.
They were told not to take the way of Canaan.
Right. So they didn't. And Moses never made it to Canaan. He died in Arabia.
Correct.
He died in Arabia. So you Israelites got an Arabian God, right? Your God is an Arabian God.
You're saying
well, it's a nomadic people, right? So,
right. It's a nomadic people, but their base is in these areas right here.
Well, they also have a history in Kemet, right?
Well, they have a history.
Wait,
they have a history. The Shashu of Yahweh has a history of blocking of raiding the Egyptians in this area right here, right? So they are raiding the Egyptians in this area right here. So they're fighting the Egyptians. But then we have the Mesech Stela, which is the Moab, which talks about fighting the Israelites here.
But watch this though. If you're being pushed
I thought
out,
you said Israelites was made up though. So how somebody fighting Israelites?
We're trying to have a real conversation.
Brother,
you are conflating. He's separating historical facts.
He just mentioned they was fighting the Israelites out of his own
he's
land.
talking within the context of what he's talking about. He's letting you know that the Bible is talking. Hold on, brother. He is letting. Hold on, chill out. He's letting you know that the Bible is telling you that they are stating that they are in this certain area on the map. But historically speaking, when we look at the actual evidence of what we have, you know what I'm saying? It might somewhat allude to what the Bible is trying to tell you, but it's going to be a whole different aspect of it because the actual evidence is telling you they're fighting in a different area, telling you exactly where they was fighting, and this is actual facts because this was dug up.
Scriptures theological evidence.
He said the Hebrew brother, this is what we thought we cleared up earlier. Reggie and Smash are not saying that we're never Israelites. That they
I'm not saying that. Y'all keep trying to.
And that he's talking about this origin that they have. He believes it's a mythos connected to their origin.
Well, Hebrew, he Israelite dude.
This is what I'm saying. He's trying to make it seem
you know
like
about the Moab
and
stellar, the
scriptures
Neshi
are
stellar.
false. That's what he's trying to do.
Israelite, do you know about the Moab stellar? Do you know what it says?
I don't care about the Moab stellar. I care about the.
You should care about that stellar.
That's why we got a doctor right here.
Let me add this right quick. But Reggie,
why I don't care about it.
No,
that's what
brother, you don't even know. Reggie's
you a true believer?
Why you have to say I don't care about it instead of no, I don't know about it? What's up with it?
Yeah, he's about to support the history. You don't even know.
There's no way that you know about it and you don't care about it if you're an Israelite.
It's important to your Israelite narrative to know about the Moabites.
Let me explain. I don't care about that because I'm dealing with the Torah and the Tanakh. That's all. All
right, what is the Moabite stellar?
It's just what you just said. That's what they call it, the Moabite stellar.
Who are the Moabites, brother? What's your name? Righteousness, brother.
The Moabites are not that far from it wasn't that far from the land of Israel.
They're descendants of Lot, according to the Bible, right?
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. And so, brother, what you don't, this is respectfully, because you're assuming what Reggie's gonna say, you don't know that the Moabite stellar is actually something that you would probably want to know about as someone who is interested in the history.
I heard what you're saying, Doc, but I'm saying when it comes to the truth, I don't need the Moabite stellar to know the truth.
We have archaeology. That's the truth.
I got the truth.
You have belief.
I do not. I got the Torah. That's not belief.
That's not the truth.
That is the truth. See, I know where you stand. That is the truth. You're saying it's not.
No. When you map it onto archaeology, you map it. You have what you call biblical archaeology. Biblical archaeology deals with the places in which the Bible is said to have occurred. I am showing you the places where the Bible was occurred.
According to your understanding.
You disagree?
No, according to actual evidence. You're talking about the Torah, and you're saying, hold on, your position, brother, hold on, you have to chill. Because your position is that the Torah is the truth. The Torah, you're saying that the Torah is the truth. So basically, you're saying that Moses actually was real and actually wrote the 5 books, correct? That's what you're saying. Okay, so where is your evidence for that?
Not just that, when you get the Israelite scholars on here, they're not going to explain exactly. It's not even maybe some things, because he got some things right. They're not going to explain it like the anti-Israelite Reggie. They're not going to explain it like that.
But that's what I'm saying, brother. Is that moment?
Awful on a lot of stuff.
If you would allow my interjection.
Anti-bad information, and you don't know how to map stuff.
You're not anti-bad information.
Only thing I want to say, listen here. Look, brother Reggie, you putting down that good work, man. You putting the smash on them, man. Keep the gloves on. The only thing that I would say, dude, you missing out on is the fact that Reggie is talking about history and facts. And
in his perspective, I'm not stupid. Listen, I've been to college just like y'all.
Let me finish.
I'm not stupid. That's his perspective on history.
Let me finish, bro. I was almost done.
I didn't call you stupid. If I want to call you stupid, I will. I'm having a conversation
with you. Talking to us like we stupid.
You're
You talking to us like we stupid. That's your perspective.
There's nobody.
Why don't you just say that that's your view?
You're not doing that. Don't get rowdy. You was doing cool. Let's listen to what Gambino's saying.
All I'm saying is the only thing that Reggie is looking for is history and facts and tangible proof. Everything that you're saying is coming out the Bible, and they don't have no factual, tangible things that can substantiate your claims. That's all we say.
You know what's funny about that, Gambino?
It's not my claims. That's
what's funny about what you just said is Reggie is not even discounting all of the narrative. That's why he brought up the Moabite stone, because if there is a Moabite stone, then there is a people known as Moab.
Absolutely.
And if you read that Moabite stone, you're going to see Israel is mentioned. So he's not rejecting the history of there being a people known as Israel or people known as Moab.
But why don't you listen to this? The scriptures does not tell us we got to go and find some Moabite stone to know that the Israelite history is true.
It does tell us to search it out. Matter of fact, in one scripture it says go to this place and you can see the monument, right? So
study yourself to be approved, brother.
Well, he doesn't read the
you didn't hear what I see. Listen to my whole statement. We don't need the Moabite stone to know that the truth is the truth. That's the point I'm making.
So who published the Torah? Who published the Torah?
I want to get the
Can you tell me that?
Who just asked that question real quick so I can keep the order? That's Sarah Sin.
Yeah,
I'm gonna let you
him.
get in, but King J got his hand up. So go on and ask your question, then the brother give an answer, then let's get to King J if you don't mind.
What's up?
Sarah Sin, what was your question for the brother?
He wants to substantiate the Torah as being original or something like that. So I'm just trying to figure out, okay, so do you have evidence of the original Torah and who it was published by?
Published.
Man, if you read the Torah, it tells you who published it. It tells
who
you
published it.
Listen, bro, I'm gonna answer your question.
Just tell me then.
Hey man, I'm gonna answer it the way I want to answer it. If you don't like it, then you can disagree with it.
Okay.
Okay,
but
so
saying if you read it, you can know ain't an answer, bro.
Again, I'm just gonna tell you who published it. It tells you when you read the Torah, it tells you who publishes certain works, who wrote certain things, what scribes did certain things. It tells you that it's not just one publisher of the scriptures. But they was published by Israelites. If you want to just know
actually was a good answer.
You contain the names of the publishers. Do you know the names?
Okay,
I just said, sir, it was different Israelites.
Different Israelites.
One of them was. You act like you don't. You asking me a question, but if you know why you asking me the question,
no, that was Moses, the other person. The person who asked you was on mute.
Moses
he's supporting you, family. Real quick, the person who asked you was on mute. The person speaking was in your support, just trying to give you some clarity. But go ahead.
I got clarity. I already got clarity. This is what I'm saying.
Go ahead.
Moses is one of the publishers of the scriptures. Period. He's one of them.
Moses is a publisher of the scripture.
Yes, look up the word publish, y'all. Look up the word publish. Since you want to laugh.
In what language did he write it?
What language did he publish it in?
No, you didn't fucked up, right?
What type of printing press was he using?
No, you didn't fucked up, right?
Did he use cylinder seals?
I thought y'all was smart. Y'all
nah, you the one going off. But you
hold on.
Real quick, my family member. I just want to keep the show rolling along, and I appreciate all your contributions. But there's other brothers want to contribute too, and you've been we've been on your subject matter since you came in, so I love your contribution. But let's hear from some other brothers real quick. King J had his hand up, and then we're gonna go to you, Super Wavy. King J had his hand up. What's up, King J?
Peace to the panel. Peace to everybody. I took some quick notes. I heard everybody. What I wanted to interject into the conversation was basically, instead of the word Israelites, I like to use the word Semitic speakers. Also, the word Amu. I always go back to that Benny Hassan mural because that shows Semitic speakers. That shows certain. I would say Canaanite. I wouldn't have a problem saying that those Semitic speakers would be referred to as Canaanite tribes. I know those nomadic tribes varied, and so that wouldn't be a problem. Also, with that Midian map, I would disagree with that because I would say that the mountain that Moses went to would be, when we talk about it all the time on here, would be that Sarah B. El Kadim mountain. That is the origin of the Proto-Sinaitic script. That would be what Moses would have potentially historically came down with and introduced to those Semitic miners.
When you say,
go ahead.
I didn't mean to cut your bill. I thought you were done there.
Go ahead.
But when you say Semitic, it does create a larger umbrella of ethnic groups, right? Because
exactly.
Semitic is considered Afro-Asiatic, right? Meaning It includes the Arabic languages, the
Instead
Amharic
of just saying
Ethiopia.
Sashu, you know, there's a lot of different tribes that would fit under
Syria.
that umbrella.
It's more than just even tribes, right? We're different. Now we're expanding. We have a more expanded canvas of geography, right? Because now you're speaking of just the language that have Semitic roots, where we can take what's called philological traces and find the actual connection. Because some of these languages are isolates, like what Dr. Reggie mentioned, like the.
So are you familiar with the Ugarit script and its origin in Gabal and Byblos? So
Absolutely.
that would be still Semitic.
That's what I study. But some of those languages that you're referring to, just because they live in Semitic regions, some of them did have isolate language. Like, have you ever heard of linear Elamite?
but we know for specific.
So if Elamites would be Semitic people, well, this was just an example, brother. Elamites would be Semitic people, but their language is an isolate language.
Beautifully said. I'm gonna go and get a pizza. Dr. Beautifully said.
Hold on, Uncle Reggie.
We right here. Hold on, we gotta hear from
Hold
Super
on, Uncle
Wavy.
Reggie. I got something for you.
Go ahead, Super Wavy.
Hold on, Uncle Reggie. I got something for you. Don't go nowhere. Uncle Reggie, Uncle Asar, Uncle Smash, Uncle Robert. Man, y'all keep putting the fucking work in, man. Y'all got people learning on the fly and
no, Super Wavy, I want to say this.
If y'all want to call us blackologists, we'll be that. If y'all want to call us blackologists,
I want to say something. I am no longer on the platform that I was on. I heard from some people that my content is boring. Nobody will hear my credentials, right? So if there's an audience there, right? I'm not saying necessarily Sinetta, but they are complaining about me. If there's an audience there and they're saying my work is boring, it's not scholarly, nobody want to hear about my credentials and nobody cares, I don't want to be on that platform.
Uncle Reggie, your last few shows been legit. Now check me out.
They complained. They complained.
Man, don't worry about the haters. Don't worry about the haters.
I refuse to be on I refuse to be on a platform when I have to hear from the channel person that people are complaining about me. So I'll go somewhere else.
Check me out, Uncle Reggie. Check me out. The work that y'all put in, just know that shit is being recognized. We all paying attention. If y'all want to call us blackologists, if y'all want to call us Egyptomaniacs, we'll be all of that. If you ain't a blackologist and you black, what else you want to be? So we ain't trying to hear none of the goofy stuff, Uncle Reggie. We love you over here. We don't want to hear.
No, you love me over here. This is where I will be. I will be on my channel.
We love you on Sinetta too. We love you. Don't listen to
I won't be there. I'm not being there. Nope, I'm not being there. They gotta travel. They gotta travel because
I can totally understand where you're coming from, Brother Reggie, but not the last episode, but the episode before that. If you go look, I was just on there in defense of you, putting the smash down, taking the gloves off, and beating these people down. So I hear you, but it ain't that way.
I got love for you.
Gambino, I appreciate you, but I don't have to. Everybody that knows me, look, I respect everybody's level of education. But when they're complaining to the channel host and the channel host is complaining about to me, right? Then I don't want to hear that shit. I'm 59 years old.
I feel you, Reggie, but I don't want you to think that, just like everybody else is saying, one or two bad apples, you don't throw out the whole bunch. Some people still over there looking for Reggie. That's just the haters they know they could get at Sinetta. But Brother Robert had his hand up for a while, and I want to acknowledge my brother Robert. Peace to the God. What's up with you?
Peace to the everlasting God. Peace to the Almighty King. Like I said, the defender, the number one defender of Black Egypt. You know what I mean? And it's very critical that we. Okay, check me out. Can you hear me now, King?
That's better.
No doubt, God. Yeah, like I say, peace to the everlasting God. You know what I mean? Peace to Almighty, Jonathan Owens. You know, the Magi reincarnated the black God. You know, we very much privileged to have you, King. You know what I'm saying, as a brother. You know, it speaks volumes. You know, it's a testament. You know, to your greatness, how you have defended Black African history, sacred Black African history, and you never turned against those teachings and that knowledge since you turned 17 years old. And a lot of people faltered and failed. A lot of people wavered. A lot of people backslid when it came to Black Egypt. But you never turned away from Black Egypt. Even when you had those nights that you was disturbed and wondering why you still got a platform, and you wondering, you taking so much time away from the family. What is my purpose? I mean, is this even worth it? Man, you fought through all those negative thoughts, and you still here reaching thousands upon thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and it's critical because at one point in time, Black people were told that we never did nothing great, never had a great history, and it turns out that not only did we have a phenomenal, profound history, that we had the greatest history of all. And so we want to thank you, King, for standing on those lines and never faltering, never wavering. You know, a salute to all the brothers on the panel, the General, Asar M. Khan. You know, never falter, never waver. You know what I mean? And I just want to, give y'all golden arrows, man, and tell you thank you. Now, I had I see what the topic is, dealing with the Torah, but to my brothers that's practicing.
No, that ain't the topic. We just got stuck on that for a minute. You could go beyond that. Go right ahead.
Okay, King, no doubt, God. I'll say to my brothers that's practicing Judaism, because that's really what the Torah is dealing with. If I'm not mistaken, that's really, Judaism. And so, if this is something that you choose to follow, something that you choose to practice, I would advise you to take a step back and consider what is the bottom line, so to speak, of this religion. If this religion is gearing you towards believing in something that your heart, mind, and spirit knows to be false, then at some point you will have to reinvigorate yourself with Black African power and fight like Shaka Zulu, fight like Queen Amina, fight like Queen Nzinga, fight like Queen Amana-Renis, fight like Ramses, fight like Taharka. You're gonna have to find it in yourself because white supremacy has taken a toll on us, and it's scary venturing out from something other than what your grandmother and grandfathers have brought you into, or what Minister Farrakhan or some guy that you seen on YouTube that resonated with you, and you said, hey man, this may be a path of enlightenment that I choose to follow. It's scary, diverting, and take it from me. I'm a preacher's kid. I'm a pastor's son. My father's been a pastor for 30-something years. And so stepping away from something that's considered the norm is difficult and tough. But at some point, we have to realize what is the message, the overall message. If this is having me believe in talking donkeys, or, a voice spoke out the sky and wrote on some tablets, or, agreeing with some spiritual being that's telling me that it's okay to rape girls and take women and sexually assault them, that they're now mine because I have this right as an Israelite, or, where it's deemed okay to sleep with your brother's sister, and if you ejaculate on the floor, then this spirit has all necessary, and is all in just and righteous to strike you down. If this is the type of things that we are, are believing in and studying, in my honest opinion, we might want to look at some other options. So I came on to address, and I know it's been a while. Some, last time I was on, it was right around Christmas time, or the, I believe, New Year's, and we were discussing Dr. Wesley Muhammad's uh, his nonsensical views about the origins of Islam and his false teachings suggesting that they had an origin somewhere in Africa. Now, at that time, I don't believe that I was able to express my thoughts and my opinions without I wasn't able to do so without being somewhat distracted. And I would like to kind of clear up some things that I said, that I stated, because, as many understand, when you get emotional and upset and, you may not be able to convey your message in the way that you would like to. So let me just say for the record that the Arabs and their religion is in no way, shape, or form African. Neither one. It is from the Arabian Peninsula, that religion, Islam, and it is a documented historical fact that this religion was brought into Africa by way of Arab colonization. This is just a documented historical fact. And that no matter if you want to make the argument of Africans bringing forth Semitic languages into the Levant, into the Near East, that it in no way, shape, or form validates the people's religion of those areas as being of African origin, nor does it excuse the anti-Africanness of those doctrines. My point was that despite there being an undeniable fact of mankind having its origins in Africa, and that modern Egyptians are stated to be related to these Near Eastern modern Egyptians, are stated to be related to these Near Eastern populations, that does not refer to the ancient Egyptians, nor does it negate the major cultural and ethnical differences between these groups of people. One's practices are deliberately and utterly pure African, meaning the ancient Egyptians, having derived from Nile Valley roots. Shout out to Punt. Shout out to the land of the gods, the Horn of Africa. The Horn of Africa, down as far as Ethiopia, and some argue Kenya. These are facts. And this other is nothing more than an Arabized form of Christianity, which we know is completely foreign, belonging to Europeans who have long since separated from their African roots, culture, phenotypes, and philosophy. These are non-African people. I was simply trying to say that all of these religions coming from that direction, the Middle East, which at one point in time included India, being Islam, Hinduism, Judaism, are coming from a people who no longer have an African identity, who have long since lost the connection to Africa and are founded in racism and black African hatred. I can prove that. Now, I want to take a quick pause because I know sometimes I speak with such vigor and it kind of shell shocked a lot of, you know what I'm saying? It shell shocks a lot of us, even me. And I feel like, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? It's you know what I mean?
Well,
that
one thing I want to
viciousness.
do before, because
Yeah,
this
God.
show got 15 minutes left. I ain't trying to
Okay,
cut you
King.
short, but I did tell
Okay.
Dude I was gonna have us look at his newest video, at least as much of it. I probably can't show the whole thing, but it's
Okay, God.
called "Genetic Diversity is a Euphemism," and it is on Due Diligence new channel called The Principle. So, matter of fact, let me subscribe, even though I thought I did already.
Indeed, God.
And
True
everybody
indeed.
else subscribe. So if you want to let me, I mean, I don't want to cut you short, but go on and land your plane and then let's
Okay.
take a look at this video.
Okay, God. True indeed. Blessings to the Almighty God. Well, I'm about to stop using the word God. I mean, that's a backwards dog. We're gonna have to get back to Negro, those type of terminologies. You know what I'm saying? The ancient Negro. You know. Uh, but let me see. Can I hurry up and land this plane? Because I don't want to. I don't want to disturb the show. But I got some quotes from the hadiths and some actual attestations of prominent individuals within Islam today who are speaking black anti-African rhetoric right now on speed dial. It's just a screen share away. But we're gonna save that because as my brothers in the chat, you know what I mean. All of you, some of you that subscribe to Islam, it's time to close that chapter. You know what I mean? Because I mean, shit. I mean, if you ain't gonna excuse, you know what I'm saying?
I'm sorry, man. This is hilarious, bro.
If you ain't gonna excuse the atrociousness, the egregious acts of this so-called white man and what he has enacted upon our people in devastating, crippling fashion to such a degree that I mean, at times I feel like at times even I feel that we may not recover. But then I shake them feelings off and get back in the battle.
You hella funny, bro.
Now, if you're gonna excuse, if you're gonna rock with Islam, you might as well go ahead and excuse them 400 years of slavery that we just, the 400 plus years of slavery that we just endured in this country, because you are spitting in the faces of those ancestors that were tied by their ankles and their wrists and were ravaged and were pillaged and were murdered and slain and that were ripped apart by horses and their babies were trampled and they were slaughtered like cattle all through the West and Central Africa in the name of Islam.
Well,
now I'm gonna land my plane. I had some more really to cut with, but
yeah, because I want the show to be 4 hours. We're gonna have a few more minutes because Due Diligence cut this down. Told me to start at 6 minutes, but go right ahead and then I'm gonna start this video.
Blessings to the Almighty King. Blessings be upon his crown for defending Black African history. Yeah, for making the ancestors proud, because I'm telling you, as brilliant, they knew when they built that what they did, they said, in years to come, they gonna try to discredit us and they gonna say we ain't even do this shit. This, I mean, because it's us. This is black people talking. That swag, that drip, that debonair fact, that's it's impeccable. Y'all know how we talk. That's why they not like us. So many people do not rock with us because it's a different type of person when he's supposed to be a nobody and a nothing, and then you give him a golf club and tell him to play a game that you created, and then he win more masters than you. She go and win more world titles and more Wimbledon Opens than you ever could dream of. He goes on to knock you out in your own hometown and laugh at you in the crowd. You know, Joe Lewis. He goes on to make the blues. He goes on to perfect the light bulb. She goes on to invent the GPS system. They go on to invent the algorithm, the Instagram algorithm. I'm talking about a mighty people who nobody be driving their cars today if it wasn't for a black man who invented the automatic gear shift. They wouldn't be able to stop and go if it wasn't for a black man who invented the stoplight.
All right, let me play this video because you ain't gonna land this plane. You
Yeah,
in a holding pattern.
True indeed. Go in, King.
This is all good.
Oh, damn.
So I don't know if I'm starting at where Dude wants me to start, and I appreciate your contributions and everything, all the kind words, Robert. I don't know if this is where Dude would like us to start. He said just go to the 6-minute point. So this at 6 minutes and 1. Let's check out his newest video. He want our critiques. I told him I didn't think we could critique it, but I guess we can. So let's critique it.
In the present, we still struggle with these outdated concepts and ideas of classism and status today. Let's take a look at what science today has to say about biological advantages in populations. Out of Africa, the cradle of humanity. Fossil and genetic evidence indicates that modern humans evolved in Africa about 200,000 years ago, possibly as early as 300,000 years. Although several geographic regions have been proposed as potential birthplaces of our species, there is now growing evidence to support the view that our species probably evolved within structured populations, connected to each other by gene flow across the whole African.
He said he wanted critiques. I'm gonna show you my first critique.
You already got him.
Why you use this map? Let me show you. Look, why you use this map that indicate that it went this way and then came back into Egypt? So they basically trying to show you wasn't nothing up in here until these people flowed back in this way. No, you got to use the one that got both routes, which show this route and the route of leaving out through Egypt. But this map clearly ignores the route of leaving out through Egypt. And that's just not a critique on you, but it's a critique on the map. What y'all think about that? Am I wrong? They supposed to have a route where they left out through Egypt.
When did the Sahara become green?
When did the Sahara?
Yeah, the green Sahara. So
when did it become green, or when did it cease being green?
Cease to being green.
Yeah, about from what? About 4,500.
Yeah, about 40 BC.
But it was it took a long time. They say from 9,000 to 4,500 after what's known as the African humid period. At the end of, I think, the end of the African humid period.
So the one that came right before the pre-dynastic time was the one that happened 5,700 years ago, which will put it in the 5th millennium BCE. So in the 4,000s.
We're gonna keep watching the video real quick. I just wanted to know, was I wrong? Shouldn't they have the accident, the other route that went where Africans went out of Egypt this way as well?
100% right. But also, the L1, L2 starts further down than just the Maasai, and it goes west before it goes up down north. So on this map, it should start lower, closer to southern Africa, like South Africa in particular, and then it'll go. And the L1, L2 mixed together, I can't remember the particular mixture.
The E1s and the A's.
Well, the E1 is created from the mixture from the South and the West. And that's when you start to see them leave out of Egypt, and then you also see them leave out of the Arabian Peninsula as well.
All right, let's watch it now. I just wanted to stop and side note. Here we go.
Several geographic regions have been proposed as potential birthplaces of our species. There is now growing evidence to support the view that our species probably evolved within structured populations, connected to each other by gene flow across the whole African continent. Thus, Africa has witnessed modern human evolution for much longer than anywhere else. The African continent is also the source of the massive demographic event, known as the Out of Africa dispersal, which began around 60 to 100,000 years ago and spread individuals and their genes outside Africa and throughout the world. Whether present-day people outside Africa descend from a single or multiple founding populations, as well as the timing and routes of their dispersal, are still very much debated. Nonetheless, the signatures of our recent African origin persist in our genomes today. As modern humans dispersed from Africa, probably in small populations, they experienced a dramatic bottleneck. Consequently, African populations today harbor more genetic diversity than any other population in the world, and the genetic diversity found in non-Africans represents only a subset of that found in Africa. Genetics. Genetics has been invaluable in understanding this past. While hominin fossils hinted that Africa was the birthplace of humanity, it was genetics that proved this to be so. Patterns of genetic variation, how similar or different people's DNA sequences are, have not only shown that most of the diversity we see in humans today is present within Africa, but also that there are fewer differences within populations the further you get from Africa. What does this mean, and why does this matter? Think of a species with huge genetic diversity like a hardware store that contains all the tools, equipment, and materials needed for almost every situation. A species with very little genetic diversity is more of a basic toolbox with some tools available to them. Some can be used to fix a problem, but they may not be perfect for the job. Or worse, none of the tools they have are suitable for the jobs they're needed for. Having a variety of characteristics allows a species to survive diseases, environmental changes, and ecosystem stresses, because some individuals may possess certain traits that allow them to overcome such impacts of change. Individuals may die out, but the species will survive. Since Africans have the highest genetic diversity, this means that the pool of potential traits, biologically, phenotypically, and even resistance or susceptibility to diseases, is broader in African populations than those who descended from smaller, less diverse populations. Genetic diversity as a euphemism, survival of the fittest. So there you have it. Man's quest to find out who is naturally of a higher quality is finished. I hope I did not offend, or maybe you would like a euphemism instead? Fine. Let's look at what Darwin meant with the phrase, survival of the fittest. Herbert Spencer first used the phrase after reading Charles Darwin's On the Origin of Species in his Principles of Biology, in which he drew parallels between his own economic theories and Darwin's biological ones. Quote, "This survival of the fittest, which I have here sought to express in mechanical terms, is that which Mr. Darwin has called natural selection, or the preservation of favored races in the struggle for life." End quote. Darwin responded positively to Alfred Russel Wallace's suggestion of using Spencer's new phrase, survival of the fittest, as an alternative to natural selection, and adopted the phrase in The Variation of Animals and Plants Under Domestication. In On the Origin of Species, he introduced the phrase intending it to mean better designed for an immediate local environment. How about the phrase genetic diversity itself? Isn't it a euphemism? I mean, really. If you think about what it really means, it's just a nice way of saying Africans are genetically superior than others. I know that's a taboo thing to say, but you would have to agree. If science found out that white people, for example, were better suited for the planet or more genetically diverse, It would be on the front page of every scientific journal, magazine, and newspaper, being that's what they have always proclaimed in some shape or fashion. It is easy to surmise this. All we have to do is look to the past. Did the Greek not profess to be biologically greater than others? Did the US not put into law that people of African descent were not fully human? Did the church not put themselves at the top of the hierarchy because God gave them the commandments and seen others as infidels, Gentiles, or Goyim? We could go on the various ways men have tried to justify supremacy in one way or another, but as I asked earlier, is there an objective means to establish some kind of legitimate hierarchy through nature?
Right, contribution by our brother Due Diligence. I'd like to thank y'all for watching. Anybody got any comments on what they seen?
Yeah, I liked it that I did. I actually liked that map at the end he had with the structure of the pharaohs. I was looking at that because I was researching the other day about the Nimsu, the peasants, the poor, and how they could actually possibly work their way up out of that status sometimes. And just reading about the viziers and the Saru and the council and different things like that. But so question, in that pyramid structure that he had put up, that had the Nasut, the pharaoh at the top. So would the order be that the vizier reports to the pharaoh may possibly have a resident, somebody that of his mansion. Then they would have like nomarchs that would report possibly to the vizier, and then the peasants would possibly report to the nomarchs. Is that how that order works?
I don't know. It would seem to be that way when we think hierarchical. You know what I mean? If they under him in the hierarchy and right under it would seem that they was reporting to them like that. But I don't know if that to be verified in any particular text. Maybe there are some texts that tell us how that went down.
How the pharaoh may distribute the lands to the peasants and then require them to pay taxes.
But you own your land in Kemet.
Exactly.
And the way you own it was to, you paid for it by giving some of the fruits that it bear. But we can find a papyrus called the Hakka-Nakets papyrus where it indicates that ancient Egyptians got paid a stipend for the work that they did on their land. And the scholar who brought that forward, her name is J.J. Shirley. And she brought it forward in her dissertation called The Officialdom of Egypt. Yeah. Well, yo, it's 4 hours, so let's say our closing words. Anybody want to say their closing words? Oh, first of all, Neil ain't even got to speak, so you can start it off, Neil, and then we'll go around in the circle or whatever. If you're available to speak, Neil, it'll be now, but you might be doing something else. I know how that works. Anybody want to start off with just in closing?
Yeah, I'll come with it. Respect to all the scholars and contributions of scholarship to Black history, what we call Black history. And the small critique on the video was there's a caution. You have to be careful with your comparisons and contrast to Herbert Spencer and Charles Darwin. They had two totally different perspectives and two totally different positions. But I do like the overall the message, and we do know that there was a somewhat of a supremacy complex in Kemet, but it's more on social standing versus racial dominance. But shout out to the host, man. Smash, keep putting that work down, man. Your music is awesome, and
appreciate you.
And we respect you and love you, Dr. Reggie. Don't do that, man. Don't jump away from these platforms. We need your voice.
Oh yeah, he had wrote the last message that said he only had to leave because he needed to eat and his blood sugar was low, so he wasn't tripping.
Respect.
Word up. Thanks for that. Those kind words. Well, who's next?
Tracing the YBNA founders out of Africa, you might want to grab that book, just critiquing your video, just because it'll add to some of the placation and the way you move. And there's also, I believe it's the evolutionary out of Africa theory map, which kind of gets to the DNA. And then there's something that I sent my brother Pan-African James, where it talks about the A2, the A3, and how it moves over to West Africa and then makes its way up towards Egypt and what have you. Besides that, man, even if you're a Hebrew Israelite or whatever you are, Muslim, whatever the case, don't try to truncate your points on some falsehood. If you know what you're saying is not true, don't say it. Stand on the truth. Once you stand on the truth, you'll be vindicated. It's not that we're trying to attack you or some other person is trying to attack you. It's that you shouldn't have to fabricate your point in order to make one.
That's right. What about any of y'all? Y'all got something y'all want to add? If not, I'm gonna just close it down.
Yeah, my bad. I was gonna say, I jumped in kind of late, so but just in regards to kind of like the Hebrew topic, the word Amu would be the word that I would always go to, Amu, in regards to who I would kind of subscribe to, possibly could be, you know, Asiatic, or in the land of the Ratinu, as one of the two regions that we would call it. You know what I'm saying? Ratinu, but yeah. So historically, the Tempest Stella, during the reign of Hatshepsut, we probably could find some historical evidence of possibly temples being destroyed, floods, damage, an exodus, exodus out of Egypt into, exodus theory. I would subscribe to historically using that information, the Tempest Stella, the eruption of Mount Santorini. That's a historical event. All these events date around 1549 BC, around that time frame. So historically, Abraham possibly around 2100 BC. But yeah, it's a lot of historical events, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, I'm late to the conversation, but I appreciate the everybody for listening.
Word up. Thank you for tapping in. What's up with Sarah saying Shaz Move or Neil? Anyone?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
All right, I'm sorry. You go ahead first, Neil, and then we go to Sarah.
Hey, I was gonna say I want to talk to you, Jonathan, later on a concept of some Almond Ra, like some Nikes, but some Almond Ra shoes for basketball. But I want to talk to you about that later. Everything else, I like the show. I was listening in, and I'll talk to you soon.
Word up. Thanks for the support all the time. What's up
All
with
the time.
Sarah
All right.
saying?
Good show. Let's just stick to the facts, because when we start talking about the Bible, it gets conflated. So let's stick to the facts and what we know as far as we can prove archaeology-wise and geoarchaeology-wise, when we also talk about the Green Sahara and when it was green. And I think when we talk about that, as far as the Green Sahara, the most important date in time to start to look at that evidence is 5,700 years ago, which would put us somewhat after the first Nakada period. So that's where you should start if you are looking to find out about evidence on the Green Sahara, while there is still populations going on and things of that nature. And we have evidence at that time for those populations and things of that happening during the Green Sahara drying up and things of that nature. But yeah, good show, Smash. I appreciate it.
Word up. Thanks for tapping in. How about you, Shaz Move? You there, Shaz?
Everything's good.
Okay, cool. Word up. Well, thank y'all for tapping in. I'm gonna close this down and just end the show. Due diligence. That was a cool video. Keep making them. And you know, shout out for that channel, that new channel you got. Right now, I'm gonna sit around and practice. All practicing is just saying my raps over and over, and probably standing up when I say them. Sometimes I listen to them over and over, and that'd be enough practice. But I'm probably gonna practice my bars for this show tomorrow at Crybaby in Oakland. We're gonna have some fun tomorrow night. I'm gonna probably get to celebrating, but I can't celebrate too much because I'll stay too far from there, so I can't drink nothing or nothing. But we're gonna be kicking it though. Thanks for the contributions. Thanks for the cash apps. Thanks for joining the channel. And thanks for the super chats. Appreciate y'all. I might be back later. I'm gonna go play some college football too. Play college football on 2K. Dynasty mode. I'm the best recruiter. All the kids come to my school. In my imagination, I got it rocking like Dion. Better than Dion, I be imagining hella rappers in the crowd in my games. All right, peace. I'm out. Shout out to y'all too. And we're gonna do some more Get Money videos. I'm about to close this nice deal, but it ain't about all that. We're gonna do some